Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from, or make a request for a future episode. And if you like what you hear, please consider liking and subscribing. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Krakatoa, an obscure tropical island obliterated in an instant during one of the most violent volcanic events in history. For centuries, the tiny island of Krakatoa led a quiet existence in the emerald waters of the Sunda Strait between the islands of Java and Sumatra. To the local communities, it was familiar and unremarkable. But by early 1883, it had begun to stir. Then in August, thousands witnessed a cataclysmic event, unlike anything in recorded history. The eruption of Krakatoa was one of the loudest sounds ever heard by human ears, rupturing eardrums over 40 miles away. Most of the island vanished entirely, with an explosion 13,000 times more powerful than the Hiroshima bomb. The earth rang like a bell, with audible shock waves that circled the globe over and over, taking nearly a week to subside. Ash shot over 50 miles into the upper atmosphere, where it lingered for years, causing sunsets around the world to turn a vivid blood red. Eyewitnesses described a midday sun eclipsed by an ashen shroud, blacker than any night, and flickering with a multitude of jagged blue lightning. 11 square miles of island-turned ash transformed turbulent seas into mud that retreated suddenly from fishing villages, only to return as towering tsunamis. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll reflect not just on the violent eruption of Krakatoa, but on the heroic acts and the resilience of those who faced the unknown with grace and courage. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's journey together through the final days of Krakatoa. In the heart of the Sunda Strait, there once stood a cluster of volcanic peaks draped in green. Their slopes were thick with forest, where hornbills called from the treetops, and the scent of clove drifted on the ocean air. These were the islands of Krakatoa, steeped in mystery, quiet in demeanor, and long folded into the rhythms of local life. Long before maps were drawn or colonial names assigned, people from nearby coastlines knew these islands by older names, older stories. Among the Javanese, there were whispers of a cataclysm long ago, when the sea had risen to swallow the land. Some told of a time when fire had cracked the sky and thunder had rolled for days. Tales passed down like sea-worn stones, smooth but heavy with meaning. In the evenings, fishermen would watch the horizon and speak of the mountain that once vanished beneath the waves, as though Krakatoa carried a memory older than it let on. Centuries passed. Boats came and went, traders from Aceh, Makassar, and further still. They brought cinnamon, stories, and sometimes sorrow. The Sunda Strait was always busy with commerce, but the islands themselves remained sparsely visited. Though rich in bird life and ringed with coral, Krakatoa had no great port, no city to speak of, just thick jungle, curious rock formations, and a faint smell of sulfur that hung about the place like a secret. In the 17th century, the Dutch arrived, first as traders, then as rulers. They charted coastlines and gave names to mountains, but Krakatoa remained a distant speck to them, barely mentioned in the great ledgers of Java. It was known to be volcanic, certainly, but the Dutch, focused on crops and trade routes, saw little need to interfere with a sleeping mountain. Still, there were brief moments when the dormant volcano made its presence known. In 1680, a series of explosions startled passing ships, and one of the peaks appeared to collapse in on itself. Ash darkened the sails of a few unlucky traders, but this disturbance faded quickly into memory. The jungle regrew, birds returned, and the world forgot. In the years that followed, Krakatoa grew wild once more. Dutch surveyors passed through from time to time, making careful sketches and collecting mineral samples. One, a German-born naturalist named Franz Wilhelm Junghun, visited in the mid-19th century and noted the broken, oddly shaped cliffs, signs, he said, of something ancient and terrible. But no great eruption followed. The island simply breathed its sulphurous breath and waited. To local villagers along the coasts, Krakatoa became just part of the scenery. They fished in its shadow, collected driftwood from its shores, and sometimes used it as a marker when navigating between the islands. There were no temples built there, no long settlements established. Some said the island was sacred, others said it was cursed. Either way, it was left alone. But it was never truly forgotten. As the 19th century deepened, change came with greater speed. Telegraph cables were laid across the archipelago. Steamships cut faster lines between Batavia and Singapore. The Dutch administration grew more bureaucratic, more intrusive. And Krakatoa, that old and brooding island, sat in the middle of it all, overlooked but not untouched. What lay beneath it, no one knew. Not the villagers who cast their nets into the shallow waters, nor the colonial officers who passed it on their way to other tasks. Yet deep below, the earth was stirring. And above it all, the island waited, green, steaming faintly, and keeping its secrets in the folds of its rock. By the early 1800s, the islands of the Dutch East Indies were part of a vast, interwoven empire. One ruled from the halls of Batavia, where colonial officers wrote reports by lamplight and steamships moored in tight harbours. The Sunda Strait, narrow and windswept, became a crucial corridor for trade. Spices, rubber, sugar, and tin passed daily between Java and Sumatra. And in the centre of it all, Krakatoa stood, still forested, still largely ignored, but not completely. As European influence grew across the archipelago, so too did the appetite for exploration. Missionaries from the Netherlands Reformed Church came bearing scripture and schools. Traders brought not just goods, but stories of islands with strange birds, of earthquakes in the night, of fire seen flickering above distant trees. Naval officers recorded these tales in the margins of their logs, often uncertain of what to make of them. The island had no permanent inhabitants, but it was visited from time to time. Native fishermen would pull their boats ashore to gather timber or fresh water. A few Dutch officers attempted rudimentary surveys, often discouraged by the heat, the insects, or the general sense of unease that seemed to hover over the place. In 1851, a missionary passing through the area noted that locals would not stay overnight on the island. They spoke of dreams when they did, dreams of fire and drowning, of boats turned upside down, of voices calling from beneath the sea. The missionary wrote of these tales with the polite condescension typical of the era, but he recorded them all the same. By mid-century, Krakatoa's shape had been firmly charted, 3 peaks forming a rough crescent, with Krakatoa the tallest in the south. The jungle was thick but climbable. There were fumaroles, openings in the rock that hissed with steam, and patches where the earth felt unusually warm. Scientists were beginning to take a more serious interest in the geology of the region, and Krakatoa, while not active in living memory, was added to a list of potentially volcanic islands. Still, it caused no alarm. Then came Franz Wilhelm Junghun, a botanist and geologist, whose travels took him deep into the Javanese highlands. In the 1850s, he visited Krakatoa and was struck by the evidence of violent history. The cliff faces, he noted, had clearly been sheared by an older eruption, and ash layers ran thick through the soil. Yet he left with the same conclusion as others. Krakatoa had once been dangerous, but now it slept. In Batavia, interest in the island flickered briefly before fading. Reports were filed, charts were updated. No further study was deemed necessary. It was, after all, just one of many volcanic islands in a land full of them. Java alone had more than 40 active peaks, some of them much larger and more temperamental than Krakatoa. Meanwhile, along the coasts of Java and Sumatra, people lived their lives under the rhythms of tide and sun. Rice fields stretched inland. Children played near the shores. Sailors learned to read the sea by color and scent. To them, Krakatoa was just another part of the horizon, sometimes veiled in mist, sometimes bright and green, always there. Yet the memory of the mountains past had never fully left the local consciousness. The legend of an earlier eruption, possibly centuries old, was still told in some villages, a tale of an island that had risen from the sea only to fall again in fire. And every so often, a fisherman would return with a story that he'd seen smoke rising from the trees or heard a rumble that came not from the clouds. Most dismissed it. Others listened more closely. In the 1870s, as steamship travel grew more regular and colonial governance became more structured, Krakatoa began to appear again in official correspondence. Dutch officers noted signs of erosion, minor collapses of cliffs, and the occasional puff of gas. But still, nothing that seemed truly unusual. The world moved forward. Telegraph lines stretched toward the Indies. Cameras were brought to Batavia. Postal routes were made faster. And Krakatoa, resting in its crescent of ocean, seemed content to be left behind. It had been over 200 years since the island had erupted with force. To the scientists and officers of the time, it was marked as dormant. To the native peoples who lived nearby, It was something more ambiguous, not forgotten or feared, but revered. Then, in the spring of 1883, a merchant ship passing through the strait noted a column of smoke rising from the island, dark and thin. The crew described it in their log as volcanic in character, but made no special report. Steamships had schedules to keep. Still, as the days passed, more smoke was seen, climbing higher, lingering longer. The Dutch colonial press picked up on the phenomenon briefly, a few lines tucked into a newspaper in Batavia. Unusual activity at Krakatoa, observed by sailors. Most readers likely skipped over it, but someone was watching more closely. Rogier Verbeek, a Dutch geologist working in the East Indies, had been monitoring volcanic activity across the region. When the initial signs were reported, he urged caution, not alarm, but attentiveness. His letters to colleagues described the island's renewed activity as interesting, though not immediately threatening. He planned a survey, but like so many in colonial service, he was bound by bureaucratic delays and the vast distances of the archipelago. For now, he could only collect second-hand reports. Meanwhile, the volcano's breath grew deeper. By late May, explosions could be heard faintly across the water, soft, distant booms like cannon fire far away. Villagers along the coast began to speak of strange things, the sea behaving oddly, the sky turning strange shades in the evening. On June 1st, a lighthouse keeper on a nearby island noted ash falling gently onto his porch. Still, no one sounded an alarm. Volcanic islands did this from time to time. Most eruptions in the Indies were small, smothered quickly by rain and distance. Yet Krakatoa was far from ordinary. By mid-June, eruptions became more frequent. Columns of ash now soared miles into the air, darkening the sky for hours. Local boats reported difficulty navigating the strait due to drifting pumice, light, airy stones that floated in clusters on the waves. Fishermen steered wide of the island. A few ships changed course altogether. Still, the administrative response was minimal. The area was remote, and life continued much as before. Verbeek, however, grew more concerned. In his notes, preserved later in his extensive work on the disaster, he described the eruption's increasing intensity with measured clarity. He compared it to earlier volcanic events in Java and expressed hope that Krakatoa would release its pressure gradually. But even he did not yet grasp what was coming. In the coastal settlements of Anja and Ketimbang, people began sweeping ash from rooftops each morning. Some packed up their belongings, not out of panic, but due to the growing inconvenience. Ash fouled the drinking water. It coated crops and made the air dry and hot. There was a sense that the land was sick, restless, but there had been worse in living memory. Floods, earthquakes, storms. This, they believed, would pass too. Then, in July, Krakatoa fell silent. No more rumbles, no more ash. The skies cleared and the seas calmed. It seemed to many that the worst was over. Some Dutch officials even suggested that the eruption had run its course. Ships resumed normal routes. Tourists, fascinated by the reports, sailed past the island to catch glimpses of the blackened slopes. One group even landed and climbed partway up Rakata, photographing the scorched trees and still warm soil. Verbeek remained cautious. In a letter written that month, he noted, "The mountain sleeps again, but this pause may not bring peace." He was right. Beneath the surface, the magma chamber was building towards something vast. The island, fractured and hollowed by centuries of pressure, had been stirred awake, and now it was holding its breath. All around it, life continued. In Java, rice was planted and harvested. In Sumatra, trade moved through the ports as usual. Children ran barefoot along the beaches, their laughter mingling with the sound of distant waves. Krakatoa loomed just offshore, blackened but calm, as though exhausted by its own outburst. But it was waiting, and the world had not yet understood just how loud a mountain could scream. August began with strange colors in the sky. On the western coast of Java, the sunsets took on a deep, molten hue, shifting from crimson to violet to something almost metallic. Birds fell quiet earlier in the evenings, and some villagers said their roosters had stopped crowing at dawn altogether. At first, no one connected these signs to Krakatoa. The island had been calm since mid-July, but beneath its blackened trees and fractured slopes, a pressure older than memory was gathering force. Then, 2 weeks later, the mountain stirred again. This time, there was no mistaking the change. A tall column of ash burst from the island, so high it was visible from Batavia, over 80 miles away. The following day, more eruptions followed, each louder than the last. Ships passing through the Sunda Strait reported difficulty navigating through dense clouds of ash and strange patterns in the sea that made compasses spin oddly. On the decks of schooners and steamers alike, sailors wiped grit from their faces and watched the sky with growing unease. Among those closely observing was Rogier Verbeek. His journals at this time show a growing urgency. He spoke of Krakatoa entering what he called a paroxysmal phase, a term used to describe a volcano that was not simply erupting, but transforming. He requested new instruments from Batavia and warned that what was unfolding might be far more serious than previously thought. By the 24th of August, ships were turning back altogether. The sea was thick with floating debris, branches, pumice, and dead fish. A fine, stinging ash fell in sheets. Reports from coastal towns spoke of midday skies turning grey as twilight. In Ketimbang, families covered their wells to protect them from contamination. In Teluk Betung, just across the strait, children were kept indoors, their mothers watching the horizon with dread. Then, only 2 days later, Krakatoa began to roar. Not in a single moment, but in steady, rhythmic blasts, dozens of them, rolling out across the sea like thunder. The sound was immense, reaching Sumatra's inland hills and rattling windows in towns far beyond sight of the island. Sailors in the strait reported the sensation of pressure on their chests, as though the very air had thickened. Waves began to behave strangely, receding, returning, rising, then falling again. Captain Sampson, aboard the British vessel Normanby, described seeing lightning flicker across the ash clouds, while the sea turned grey and tumbled erratically beneath them. He turned his ship away at once. In his log, he wrote that the sky went blacker than a storm, though no rain ever came. In nearby coastal settlements, people were unsure what to believe. For some, it felt like a return of old spirits. Others thought a war had begun. Few understood what the mountain was truly doing. In the village of Merak, a fisherman said the sea tugged at the shore like a beast trying to break free. That night, ash covered their rooftops. By morning, some of the older men had gathered in silence outside the mosque. No prayers were spoken. They simply waited. On the evening of the 26th, the explosions grew more frequent. Some were said to last for minutes at a time, their echoes rolling far across the water. The lighthouse keeper on the island of Sabezi, W.J. Dutchman, described how the ground shook, as though something beneath it was trying to climb out. He looked toward Krakatoa and saw fire curling upward like waves in the sky. That night, the eruption reached a new intensity. The sea began to retreat from the Javanese shore, exposing coral reefs and leaving fish gasping on the sand. Many locals did not recognize this as a warning. Children played along the new shoreline. Dogs barked and wouldn't stop. At midnight, the sky turned copper. Lightning danced within the ash plume. And then, just before dawn on August 27th, Krakatoa let go. In Batavia, windows rattled. In Borneo, the boom was heard. Thousands of miles away, in Perth and across the Indian Ocean, the noise echoed like distant cannon fire. Verbeek, recording from far inland, noted barometers fluctuating wildly. The air itself seemed to ripple. The eruption had passed from the visible into the unimaginable. But on the coasts, where people still stood on beaches and rooftops, watching the strange, trembling sea, it was not over. It was just beginning. At precisely 10:02 a.m. on the morning of August 27th, 1883, the air above Krakatoa exploded with a force so vast, so sudden, that it altered the atmosphere of the entire planet. The final eruption tore through the heart of the island like a cannon through paper. It was not a single blast, but a series of them, each greater than the last, culminating in a detonation so fierce it is still considered the loudest sound ever recorded by human ears. It ruptured the eardrums of sailors 40 miles away. It was heard clearly in Perth, Australia, over 2,000 miles distant, and on Rodriguez Island in the Indian Ocean, more than 3,000 miles to the west. The sound circled the globe 4 times in under a day. Barometers around the world, from Calcutta to Washington, D.C., ticked with the shock waves. From the deck of the Charles Ball, a British ship passing well beyond the danger zone, a crewman watched the sky darken with alarming speed. Ash fell in hot flakes across the sails. The captain ordered the crew aloft into the rigging as the sea rose around them, and just in time, they barely escaped a massive wave that crashed across their decks moments later. He would later write that he had never known the sun to disappear so quickly in all my years at sea. Closer to the source, there was no time to climb. On Sabezi Island, the Dutch lighthouse keeper, W.J. Dutchman, was thrown into the sea as the waves shattered his post. He would later survive by clutching driftwood, describing how the water boiled beneath the surface, and the air itself seemed to burn his throat. On the coast of Sumatra, in the settlement of Ketimbang, villagers ran inland as the sea drained suddenly, exposing the seabed. Then it came back, roaring and towering. a wall of water more than 30 meters high raced toward the shore, dragging trees, homes, oxen, and people back out with it as it receded. The waves, triggered by the collapse of the volcano into the sea, were so powerful they carried a 1-ton coral block over 600 meters inland. Some were tall enough to sweep over the hills behind the shoreline. Entire villages vanished without a trace. Wooden homes splintered and scattered like leaves, boats hurled deep into jungles, mosques lifted off their foundations. Survivors clung to palm trunks or debris, battered by floating wreckage. Many never resurfaced. From Verbeek's vantage point inland, the horror was revealed slowly. At first, he could see only the towering cloud, a pillar of ash and gas 50 miles high, punching into the stratosphere. Then the ash began to fall, thick and choking. By midday, the sky had turned to near night. Lamps were lit in homes and public buildings. Horses refused to move. Verbeek noted in his journal how even indoors the ash crept through shutters and under doors, coating every surface with a fine grey film. Ships that had been in the vicinity of the Sunda Strait vanished from records. Among them, the Berau, a Dutch gunboat, last seen steaming toward the coast near Telok Betung. It likely met the first tsunami head-on. In total, over 36,000 people lost their lives, the vast majority drowned or swept away by the waves. Others died later of disease or exposure, caught in a land stripped bare by the force of both sea and ash. By the evening of the 27th, Krakatoa itself was gone. What had once been a trio of peaks, forested and steaming, was now mostly ocean. The northern and central parts of the island had collapsed into a massive submarine caldera, leaving only the southern peak of Krakatoa standing, a shattered crescent of rock that smoked faintly against the red-streaked sky. The sea surged in and out of the void it had left behind, swirling with hot gases and fragments of pumice. For those who had survived, there was no understanding of what had truly happened. Villagers in Western Java said they had seen fire climb to the heavens. In Sumatra, the ash was so thick it muffled sound and stung the eyes. People wandered in silence, barefoot, through heaps of timber and shattered stone. In some places, they found nothing at all. No houses, no neighbors, no trees, just flat grey plains where life had once stood. That night, across the Indies, the world felt dimmer. A choking haze blanketed the islands. Stars disappeared from view. And even in Batavia, nearly 100 miles away, people stood in their doorways, wondering whether daylight would ever return. When the light returned, it was distorted, filtered through layers of suspended ash and sulfur, casting a peculiar yellow sheen over the land. For days after the eruption, the sun struggled to break through the haze. It rose and set like a dim brass coin, its warmth dulled, its glow subdued. And for those who survived Krakatoa's fury, nothing they saw looked familiar anymore. Along the coasts of Java and Sumatra, the world had been redrawn. What once were villages were now smooth, ashen plains, with only the odd charred stump to mark where trees had stood. Rice paddies were buried beneath a grey crust. Wells were filled with filth. In some places, bodies lay in lines wrapped in sailcloth or coconut mats. their identities lost beneath the layers of soot and seawater. In others, there were no bodies at all, just an eerie silence and a sweeping, unnatural flatness where life had once bustled. Inland, survivors emerged from jungles and hillsides, dazed, carrying little but their own breathless stories. In Katimbang, a Dutch officer later recounted how a woman stumbled into the settlement barefoot, her clothes in tatters, cradling a child who had died days before. She spoke of waves that climbed trees and skies so dark she couldn't see her own hands. A local elder, who had survived by sheltering in a limestone cave, said he believed the mountain had fought the sky. On Sabesi Island, W.J. Dutchman, the lighthouse keeper, drifted ashore after clinging to debris for hours. He was half blind from the ash, his hands blistered from gripping wreckage. In his account, later passed through Dutch newspapers, he described the sea as a cooking pot and said the sky had been as thick as river mud. His lighthouse had simply vanished. The entire island was flattened, stripped of trees, covered in sharp pumice. Of the dozens who lived there, only a few were ever seen again. In Telok Betung and Anja, survivors walked through streets turned to channels of grey sludge. Boats had been thrown hundreds of feet inland, smashing through homes. In one case, a coral head weighing more than a ton had been deposited on a hill, as if placed there by some deliberate force. Few buildings stood intact, and those that did were filled with fine, choking dust that turned food to poison and water to grit. Rogier Verbeek, who had watched much of the disaster unfold from a distance, began travelling through the affected regions as soon as it was possible. His task was to observe, to record, to make sense of devastation that had no precedent. He moved from settlement to settlement, his notebooks filled with sketches, diagrams, and the words of those who remained. He was deeply affected by what he saw. In his writings, he noted, "There are no longer landmarks. The land itself has changed." He documented the strange shapes left in the landscape, giant ripples of ash on hillsides, as if the wind had frozen in place. In some places, palm trees stood scorched and stripped, like blackened toothpicks. In others, they had been uprooted entirely, carried miles from their origin. He studied the pumice that floated thick on the sea, vast rafts of rock that made it difficult for ships to pass. He recorded temperature readings, measured the thickness of the ash, and described how even the sounds of the jungle had vanished. In the weeks after the eruption, the Dutch colonial administration began to reckon with the toll. Official figures estimated that over 36,000 people had died, most from the tsunamis, others from burns, suffocation, or starvation in the days that followed. Whole families were wiped out. Dozens of towns and villages were erased. The coastline of Western Java had been redrawn, and Sumatra's shores had shifted, reshaped by the fury of the sea. Relief came slowly. Steamboats brought rice, blankets, and medicine, but the ports they once knew were gone, and the survivors had scattered inland. Disease followed the disaster. Dysentery, cholera, and fever spread through the camps. Many died long after the eruption itself, their names forgotten, but their suffering no less real. And still, the mountains smouldered. From the shattered remnants of Krakatoa Steam and gas continued to rise. The sea hissed around the rim of the new caldera. Nothing green remained. No birds flew above it. Verbeek described it as a new landscape, bare, boiling, and born from violence. But among the people of Java and Sumatra, life had already begun to stir again. The farmers who had lost their fields began clearing the ash, planting hardy crops that might survive. Families rebuilt huts from driftwood, and in the villages untouched by the waves, prayers were said for the dead. They had no monuments to erect, only stories to pass on. And so, beneath a sky still colored by the mountain's breath, they began to tell them. Though the heart of the disaster lay in the Sunda Strait, the true reach of Krakatoa's fury extended far beyond the steaming shores of Java and Sumatra. Even as survivors picked through ash-laden fields and colonial officers mapped a coastline transformed, the rest of the world was beginning to notice that something, somewhere, had gone terribly wrong. The shockwave from Krakatoa's final eruption on August 27th did not simply echo through the waters of the East Indies. It raced outward across the globe, with instruments recording sudden jolts in atmospheric pressure. These barometric pulses, documented meticulously by observatories across the globe, revealed something almost unbelievable. The wave had circled the Earth, not once, but 7 times. In the weeks that followed, skies across the planet began to change. In London, artists noticed the sunsets growing unusually vivid, streaked with purples and reds so intense they seemed unreal. In New York, people paused in the streets to gaze up at what some thought were signs of divine intervention. In Norway, a young painter named Edvard Munch was struck by the strange blood-orange light over the fjords. Years later, that sky would inspire his now iconic painting, titled The Scream. Rogier Verbeek, now back in Batavia, began to gather and compile data from across the Dutch East Indies. He compared accounts from lighthouse logs, ship journals, and weather stations, alongside telegraph dispatches and reports sent from the colonial outer territories. It was clear to him that Krakatoa had done something no volcano in recorded history had achieved, altered the very fabric of the world's atmosphere. Ash from the eruption had reached over 50 miles into the sky, well into the stratosphere, where it would linger for years. These fine particles scattered light in every direction, cooling the Earth by more than a degree on average, and shifting weather patterns across hemispheres. In 1884, global harvests suffered. In India, drought deepened. In Europe, heavy rains and snowfalls arrived off-season. Newspapers everywhere, particularly in Britain and the Netherlands, began printing stories of the vanished island. Artists tried to capture the color of the skies. Scientific journals reprinted fragments from blogs, some of which read like quiet confessions. "The sea turned to stone," wrote one British crewman, "and the sky burned, yet gave no heat." For many in the West, the eruption became a fascination. The idea that a single volcano, barely known outside of Indonesia, could send its shadow around the globe, stirred both fear and awe. It marked, in a way, the beginning of a more modern understanding of interconnectedness. What happened in one corner of the Earth could now reach them all. Verbeek worked tirelessly, even as ash continued to fall in isolated regions. In 1885, he published his masterwork, a detailed volume titled Krakatoa. It contained maps, eyewitness accounts, geological assessments, and data from dozens of international observers. But threaded through the cold measurements and charts was a tone of humility, a sense that even with all the instruments and diagrams, what had happened at Krakatoa was still beyond full comprehension. While the scientists measured, the survivors mourned. In Java, many believed the strange skies were the mountain's lingering spirit. Farmers watched their fields fail and wondered whether the earth had been cursed. Some took the brilliant sunsets as signs from their ancestors. In Lampung, elders began to mark the anniversary of the eruption with small offerings, food, flowers, and prayers, to calm whatever force had awakened beneath the sea. And all the while, ships passing through the Sunda Strait continued to steer wide of the empty space where Krakatoa had once stood. Only Rakata remained, jagged and blackened, steaming faintly above the waves. The rest had vanished into the sea, swallowed by the caldera that now marked the site. Beneath the surface, the earth was still shifting, quiet now, but not silent. Verbeek, in one of his final notes from that year, wrote simply, "It is gone, but it is not finished." Around the world, a new awareness had taken root. The eruption had left behind no empire, no ruins to explore, just ash in the wind, echoes in the sky, and a lingering reminder that nature does not ask permission before changing everything. When the ash began to settle and the waters calmed, the landscape revealed itself, altered beyond recognition. Where once coastlines curved gently toward the sea, there were now jagged scars and long grey expanses that stretched inland like bruises. Trees that had stood for centuries were gone, leaving behind no stumps, no roots, just smooth plains of fine ash, swept clean by water and wind. For those who had lived near Krakatoa, returning home meant returning to a place that no longer existed. In the lowland settlements of Western Java, families who had fled the waves began to make their way back down from the hills. They walked barefoot across ground that crunched beneath their feet. Layers of cooled pumice, broken coral, and the remains of houses reduced to dust. Landmarks they had known since childhood were gone. Rivers had shifted, roads had vanished. Even the smell of the air was different. It held a sharpness, metallic and dry, mixed with decay. In the ruined village of Anja, once a lively coastal town with markets and mosques, only fragments remained. A shattered bell from a schoolhouse lay rusting beside a palm that had been snapped at its base. A steamer had been lifted from the harbour and deposited 3 streets inland, its hull torn open like fruit. Survivors scavenged what they could: nails, cloth, bits of timber. Most found little more than silence and grey powder. On the Sumatran side of the strait, it was the same. Entire fishing villages had been swept clean. In some places, only the stone floors of mosques remained, pressed into the earth like fossils. The survivors were few, and those who spoke often did so in hushed tones. One man described returning to where his home had been and finding only a single wooden spoon lodged in a tree, far above where the ground used to be. Another told of standing where his father's field once grew, unable to find even the smallest trace of it. The Dutch colonial authorities arrived slowly and with limited resources. Their first task was to count the living, then the dead. But in many areas, no records could be reconciled. Villages had ceased to exist. Entire family lines were extinguished. Local officials struggled to locate their jurisdictions. Maps had to be redrawn from scratch. Rogier Verbeek returned to the region during this time, making his way along the altered shores. He noted in his field journals how the coast has been lifted and erased in equal measure. Fields once used for rice were buried beneath meters of ash. New hills had formed. In one location, the sea itself had pushed inland and remained there, forming an entirely new lagoon. He spoke with villagers, drew diagrams, and took careful measurements. But even he admitted the futility of trying to restore order to a place so fundamentally changed. Amidst the devastation, disease began to spread. Wells were fouled with ash. Stagnant pools of seawater bred fever and flies. Aid came in slow trickles from Batavia and Singapore. Rice, medical supplies, canvas for makeshift shelters, but the scale of the loss outstripped every effort. Families shared what they had. Some chose not to return at all, resettling deeper inland, where the ground still held its old shape. In local communities, stories began to evolve. The eruption was no longer just a natural event. It became a marker in time, a before and after. Children born in the years following would hear of the year the sea came in, or the time of the ash sky. In some traditions, it was said the mountain had been angered by human arrogance. In others, it was a cleansing, a return to balance. These beliefs wove themselves into the rebuilding, not as superstition, but as understanding. For Westerners, the view was different. Krakatoa became an object of fascination. Verbeek's reports were reprinted in Europe. Scientific societies requested samples of ash, pumice, coral. The eruption was studied as a global phenomenon, an atmospheric event, a climatological case study. The island itself, however, was treated as an abstraction. Few in Europe could comprehend what it meant to have one's village erased by the sea. And slowly, the land began to change again. The ash softened. Seeds caught on the wind. Ferns pushed their way through cracks in the pumice. Birds returned. In the caldera, where Krakatoa had collapsed, new currents stirred. The earth, though wounded, had not finished its work. It was shaping something new. But for now, the survivors walked the edges of their altered world, searching for the past beneath their feet, and finding instead the beginning of something they could not yet name. As the years passed, the roar of Krakatoa faded from daily conversation, but it never truly vanished. Along the shores of Java and Sumatra, where ash had once covered the land like a second sky, memory settled in its place. Not always spoken aloud, not always mourned openly, but held close, like a scar beneath fabric. For the communities that had lived nearest the mountain, the loss was layered and complex. There was the physical devastation, villages erased, fields ruined, families scattered, but also something more intangible, the severing of place from memory. In many cases, there was no longer a tree to point to, no bend in the river, no familiar rooftop. The world they had known had been literally swept away, and yet they remembered. Elders began to tell the story in fragments, often at dusk, when the air was cooler and the sky turned red in ways that reminded them of that summer in 1883. Some spoke of the sound that came without a wind, or the sea that left before it returned. They described the way the birds flew inland days before the eruption, or how the dogs barked for hours without rest. These memories, often delivered without flourish or embellishment, became part of the region's oral tradition. In Western Java, children learned not just the names of the rivers and fields, but which ones had moved. In Sumatra, some villages built small stone cairns to honor those who had vanished. They didn't call them monuments, but markers, standing where nothing else had. Each one meant someone had lived there before the sea came. Some who remembered were not old. The trauma of Krakatoa had passed from one generation to the next in descriptive details. The smell of sulfur, the way the sky changed, the feel of ash in the mouth. Survivors, many of whom had been children at the time, shared what they could recall. Fragments of chaos, of rushing water, of days spent huddled beneath fallen trees. Over time, these recollections became woven into everyday life, not as warnings, but as gentle instructions for how to live respectfully with the land. Among colonial circles, memory took a different form. In Batavia, in Amsterdam, and across European scientific communities, Krakatoa became a symbol of awe, of nature's overwhelming power, and the fragility of human infrastructure. Verbeek's Krakatoa, published in 1885, was not just a technical report, but a comprehensive memorial, filled with maps, meteorological readings, and personal testimonies. His tone, always measured, became subtly reverent when describing the mountain's collapse. Even as he catalogued the eruption's effects, Verbeek remained attuned to the human cost. He noted, almost with sorrow, that many of the places he had once visited could no longer be reached, as they no longer exist. In later years, he would speak less frequently about the disaster, but when he did, he referred to Krakatoa as a kind of threshold, an event that changed how people understood the world's volatility. Back in the archipelago, the people continued to rebuild. Houses rose again along the coasts. Rice paddies were cleared of debris, but many chose not to return to the same places. Some settled further inland, closer to the hills. Others rebuilt, but left wide spaces between homes and the sea. And in the generations that followed, there was always an unspoken understanding. The mountain may sleep, but it never forgets. On the remnants of Krakatoa itself, nothing grew at first, just jagged black rock and fields of pumice, hot to the touch. But nature is patient. By the end of the 19th century, seabirds had begun to return. The first shrubs took root in ash. In tide pools, formed within the caldera's broken rim, new marine life stirred. The island was still, and yet, beneath the waves, there were murmurs of new activity. Those who remembered the old mountain watched it warily, even from afar. Some said they could still hear it on certain nights, deep groans beneath the sea, like an animal turning in its sleep. And always, there were stories, gently passed down, shaping how the people of the strait understood their place in the world, not with fear and sorrow, but with reverence In the early light of 1927, nearly 44 years after Krakatoa's terrible collapse, a plume of steam was spotted rising from the sea. It came from a spot inside the sunken caldera, roughly where the center of the old island had once stood. At first, it was just a faint breath, a curling thread of vapor rising from beneath the waves. Then came gas, then smoke, then stone. From the depths of the Sunda Strait, the mountain stirred once more. The new formation emerged slowly, cautiously. First a vent, then a ridge, then an island, not as large or as tall as the old Krakatoa, but alive. The Dutch scientists who observed it gave it a name, Anak Krakatau, the child of Krakatoa. A small black dome, steaming against the tropical sea. The people of Java and Sumatra watched its return with a solemn gaze. The old stories had not left them. The wounds of 1883 were healed over, but never forgotten. Some referred to the newborn island with a kind of familial dread, a child born of fire and salt, returning to a world still marked by its parents' fury. Few dared approach it in those first years. Fewer still stayed long. But scientists, of course, were drawn to it. Geologists and volcanologists arrived from Europe to study the rebirth. Instruments were placed on the island's slopes, recordings taken, samples gathered. Rogier Verbeek had passed away by then, but his influence lingered. His observations of the original Krakatoa had become foundational texts in the study of volcanoes. Now, his successors walked among the fresh lava, measuring the same forces he had once tried to decipher from ash and silence. Anak Krakatau grew quickly, an inch here, a foot there, spurred by regular eruptions. It would spit ash into the sky, then fall quiet. Months later, another pulse would lift its shoulders further above the sea. Like the child it was named for, it was restless, volatile, unpredictable. By the mid-20th century, it had become a permanent fixture, a new island, forged from the wound of the old. Locally, the return of the mountain was treated with a wary respect. Fishermen avoided its shores. Passing boats gave it wide berth, but it was no longer feared with the same urgency. The memory of 1883 remained, but it had become generational now, less a personal grief, more a whispered inheritance. Still, the people knew better than to trust its stillness, and indeed, it did not remain still. In 2018, Anak Krakatau erupted once again, and part of its flank collapsed into the sea. The event triggered another tsunami, one that struck coastal communities with little warning. It was not as deadly as the eruption of its predecessor, but still, lives were lost. Over 400 people taken by waves that rose without warning under a starlit sky. Among them were musicians playing at a seaside concert, swept away mid-song. It was an echo of what had come before, a reminder that the mountain, though changed, still held its voice. The story of Krakatoa is not only one of eruption and ruin, it is a story of return, of a land reshaping itself, of people who endure. The island vanished, and from its absence came something new, fragile, volatile, and deeply alive. And in the twilight, as the waves roll gently through the strait and birds wheel above the dark slopes of Anak Krakatau, there is a strange peace, a sense that the earth, for all its fury, also remembers how to begin again. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from, or make a request for a future episode. And if you like what you hear, please consider liking and subscribing. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of William Wallace. Not the roaring warrior depicted in blockbuster films like Braveheart, but the real man behind the legend, whose life was deeper, stranger, and in many ways far more compelling than what made it to the big screen. There were no kilts in Wallace's time, no blue face paint, and no forbidden romance. Wallace wasn't a peasant plucked from the fields. He was the educated son of the lesser nobility, fluent in Latin and shaped by the echoing stone halls of Paisley Abbey, long before ever lifting a blade in anger. The true story is certainly one of courage, but more than that, it's one of strategic brilliance, measured patience, and a careful coaxing of a smoldering resistance. Wallace lived in a world of suspicion and silence, where allegiances shifted like the winds across the highland bracken, and every decision carried with it the risk of betrayal. William Wallace wasn't chasing glory. He wasn't crowned by crowds. He was hunted, doubted, and at times nearly forgotten, yet he endured. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll follow Wallace through black forests and hidden glens to quiet counsel and bold declarations. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's leave behind the glamour and spectacle of Hollywood for the halls of power and consequence at Holyrood. Let's meet the reluctant leader who became a symbol of national identity and defiance that endures to this very day. In the waning years of the 13th century, Scotland was a kingdom without a centre. Its previous king, Alexander III, had died suddenly, falling from his horse down a steep embankment on a coastal road one dark and storm-blown night. With no adult heir to follow him, and only a young granddaughter in distant Norway left to inherit the throne, the country slipped into uncertainty. It was into this uneasy stillness that the English king, Edward I, stepped. Not at first with open force, but with the weight of paperwork, envoys, and promises. He offered to judge Scotland's succession dispute, to help her choose a new king from the competing claimants, which he did, selecting John Balliol, a noble of good blood but uncertain backbone. Balliol, now seated but not sovereign, found himself bound to Edward by terms that weakened his every move. Scotland had a king once more, yes, but one who flinched each time the wind changed from the south. The mood across the lowlands and borderlands grew colder. Edward's sheriffs enforced foreign laws with unfamiliar accents. Nobles were asked to send men and coin for English wars abroad. And in villages where the church bell had always been the loudest sound, now came the tread of foreign boots and strange new banners. People carried on, of course. Sheep were shorn, grain was ground, but a sense lingered that something had tilted beneath their feet, and not in their favour. Among the smaller estates west of Glasgow, near the village of Elderslie, lived the Wallace family. They were not peasants, despite what many have claimed. They held land, bore arms, and had a modest coat of arms themselves, a white lion on a red field. William Wallace was the second son of Sir Malcolm Wallace, a minor landholder. This placed him in that curious space between the powerful and the poor, educated enough to read and write, trained enough to carry a blade, yet far enough from real authority to know its limits. His older brother was set to inherit the estate. William, by contrast, would be sent to the abbey. He grew up in a land full of murmurs. Elders whispered about kings who were no longer kings. Traders brought stories of new taxes, missing cattle, letters that now required seals from both Scottish and English courts. Still, life went on. Children played between standing stones. Monks walked the lanes with their hands folded. And Wallace, tall even as a boy, observed everything with a keen, restless mind. He was a child of a Scotland not yet at war, but already weary of being watched. And though no one then could have said what course his life would take, the shape of it was already forming. before he ever held command or bore the title of rebel, William was simply a second son, sent to the cloisters, not the barracks. His early years were shaped less by the clang of swords than by the slow rhythm of bells and parchment. He studied at Paisley Abbey, a sprawling stone complex just a day's ride west of Glasgow. It was a place where candlelight flickered over carved arches and scripture echoed softly beneath vaulted ceilings. Here, boys of good, respectable families, though not necessarily nobles, were given the tools of a different sort of power. It was expected that someone like Wallace might train to become a clerk, perhaps even take minor orders. The abbey taught him Latin, almost certainly, and possibly some French, the language still used in royal courts. He would have learned to read the Gospels, to recite prayers by heart, and to write in the careful, looping hand of monastic scribes. But beyond the lessons, Paisley offered something subtler, a sense of structure, of discipline, yes, but also of layered authority. Priors, abbots, bishops, all answering to something higher, unseen. Yet even in such a place, the outside world pressed in. Letters arrived bearing news of levies demanded by the English crown. Priests whispered about the weakening of Scotland's independence. And while Wallace took in his lessons, scrolls, scriptures, moral tales, he was also absorbing the growing discomfort of a land slowly being hemmed in by foreign will. Though obedient in many respects, Wallace did not take easily to deference. He was intelligent, alert, and it seems, possessed of a certain stillness, one that unnerved men used to being obeyed. There are hints, though difficult to prove, that he clashed with authority even here. Some sources speak of him leaving Paisley earlier than expected, whether by choice or persuasion. Either way, it seems clear. Wallace learned much from the Abbey, but he would not be molded by it. When he returned home, he did so as a young man able to read the laws imposed on his people, and able to see when those laws were not just. He had the words now, not just the feelings. He knew how power cloaked itself in process, how rules could be used to serve the strong while binding the weak. And perhaps more importantly, he had begun to understand something else, that if he were to have any future in a land where inheritance and titles meant everything, he would have to make it for himself. The sword was not yet drawn, but the mind behind it had been shaped and sharpened within stone walls, ink-stained fingers, and the slow patience of a young man learning how to think and how to wait. The road to open resistance does not often begin with fanfare. For Wallace, it began with damp weather, a restless mind, and a single act that would ripple across the kingdom. The town of Lanark, nestled where the Clyde runs narrow and cold, was little more than a market town, modest dwellings clustered around a wooden bridge and stone parish church. It was here, under the watchful gaze of an English-appointed sheriff, that Wallace made his first decisive move. By now, the young man had already been marked, not yet famous, but known. He had refused to swear fealty to Edward I when other landholders bowed. He had been seen arguing with tax collectors, skirting the roads less traveled, speaking carefully in public, but with fire behind the eyes. There were rumors he had already struck out at soldiers along the western marches, small, isolated encounters dismissed as thuggery by English chroniclers. But it was seen differently by those who lived beneath that rule. What happened in Lanark is recorded in pieces, and time has softened the edges, but the heart of it remains. Wallace killed William Hazelrig, the English sheriff of the town. Some say it was in revenge for the killing of Wallace's wife, or betrothed, a woman named Marion Braveheart of Lamington. Others suggest it was less personal, more political, a deliberate challenge to English authority. The truth may lie somewhere in between. What is known is that this was no fit of rage. Wallace did not linger after the act. He disappeared into the surrounding woods before reinforcements could be summoned. To those in power, it was murder. But to many Scots, watching from behind shuttered windows, it was something else entirely. The first breath of open defiance. In the days that followed, patrols doubled and proclamations were issued. But Wallace was gone, riding through the wet fields and low-wooded hills of Clydesdale. Those who sheltered him did so at great risk, yet more than a few were willing. A baker might offer a crust without speaking. A stable hand might turn his back for just long enough. Already the legend was beginning, but almost imperceptibly, and with more fear than fire. There were no grand armies yet, no banners or charges, just rain in the gutters, the distant toll of a bell, and whispers of a man who would not bow. Wallace had crossed a line that could not be uncrossed, and the Crown knew it. From then on, Lanark would be remembered as a place where silence gave way to action. Wallace did not return to Lanark. He did not boast, nor carve his name into stone. Instead, he vanished into woodland, into rumour, into the low mist that hung over the braes of southern Scotland. From this point onward, his life became a pattern of evasion and emergence. No fixed base, no standing army, just movement, message, and the slow gathering of trust. If rebellion was to grow, it would do so carefully, under the cover of deep forests and ancient stones. Much of Wallace's early organizing took place not in halls or castles, but in the open. Forest clearings served as council chambers, and those who joined him were not mercenaries, but farmers, tradesmen, younger sons, with little to lose. They came in twos and threes, some on foot, others leading worn horses. Many brought weapons handed down by fathers or fashioned by local smiths after dark. Few had matching arms or formal training, but they had purpose. Wallace understood the land as few others did, and he knew how to use it. Camps were set near ancient standing stones or deep within familiar glens, places where stories already held power. The people who came to him were not stirred by speeches, but by presence, the calm authority of a man who did not blink under pressure, who asked for loyalty without shouting for it. As word spread, raids grew bolder, targeting supply convoys, outposts, and tax depots. English officials responded with warrants and patrols, but Wallace remained one step ahead. At times, his men would vanish for days, only to strike suddenly miles away. These were not victories won with numbers, but with precision and daring. It was around this time that Wallace joined forces with Andrew de Moray, another leader rising in the north who shared his cause. Moray had led his own rebellion near Inverness, and their combined strength was now drawing attention far beyond the borders. Still, their forces were uneven and their resources thin. The English crown dismissed them as rabble. But then came Stirling. The bridge at Stirling was narrow, just wide enough for two to pass abreast, and flanked by marshy ground. It was here, in the late summer of 1297, that Wallace and Moray chose to make their stand. English forces under John de Warenne and Hugh de Cressingham approached with heavy cavalry and supplies. Wallace, studying the lay of the land, saw what others did not, that this bridge, not the battlefield beyond it, would decide the day. As the English began to cross, Wallace waited. Only when a portion of their forces had moved past the halfway point did he strike. The trap was swift, brutal, and strategically flawless. Those caught on the bridge had no room to maneuver. Many fell into the river. Others turned back too late. The rest never crossed at all. The victory at Stirling was not just a blow to English arms. It was a message. Wallace, once a fugitive, now stood as a commander capable of defeating a larger, better equipped force. His name moved from whispered tale to spoken fact. But even as celebrations spread through the hills, Wallace remained aware. This was only the beginning. Victory brought attention, and attention in a land still divided could be as dangerous as defeat. In the days after Stirling, Scotland held its breath. The unexpected victory had sent tremors through the English ranks and stirred new energy among those who had once kept to the shadows. But with triumph came expectation, and soon eyes across the land, noble and common alike, turned to William Wallace. He was not a lord. He held no great estate. And yet, in October of 1297, Wallace was named Guardian of the Realm of Scotland, ruling in the name of the imprisoned King John Balliol. It was not a royal title, but it carried enormous weight. As Guardian, Wallace was tasked with defending the kingdom, administering justice, and speaking on its behalf abroad. It was a role usually reserved for high-born nobles, men with lineage, influence, and deep political ties. Wallace had none of these. What he had was momentum, clarity, and a reputation that had outpaced his origins. It was a strange honor, one that placed him not above the people, but awkwardly among the ruling class, who had until recently ignored or opposed him. Many nobles resented his sudden rise. Few offered more than lukewarm support. In meetings of the realm's council, Wallace often stood alone, surrounded by titles, but lacking allies. His authority rested on what he had done, not who he was. Still, he acted. From the small stronghold of Scone, and later Perth, Wallace issued proclamations in the name of Scotland's freedom, though always in measured legal terms. He sent letters to cities in Germany and the Low Countries, most famously to Lubeck and Hamburg, announcing that Scottish ports were open once again for trade. It was a bold move. Scotland, he was saying, had not been broken, but there were signs of strain. Supplies were short. Loyalty among nobles wavered. The church offered tepid blessing, and the English crown, far from defeated, had begun preparations for a renewed campaign. King Edward I, now returned from his continental wars, was determined to reclaim what he saw as his rightful dominion. Wallace, meanwhile, faced a growing dilemma. He had no court, no treasury, no formal army. What he had were men who believed in him, soldiers, farmers, and craftsmen who had tasted something rare, the feeling of standing unbowed. He knew that feeling alone could not win the future, but he also knew he could not return to the shadows. And so, as the days shortened and winter drew near, Wallace raised his banner with resolve. He sent messages to outlying regions, called for grain and arms, and mapped the road southward. His next move would be a calculated risk, one meant to show the world that Scotland could act, not just react. He would march into England. The decision to cross the border was not made lightly. Wallace knew the risks. His forces were lean, drawn mostly from the central lowlands and the lands north of the Clyde. Supplies were limited, and winter crept ever closer. But in late 1297, he led a bold incursion south into Northumberland and Cumberland, English soil. This was not conquest. It was pressure. Wallace's aim was strategic: to weaken English morale, disrupt their preparation, and perhaps compel the nobility to think twice before committing more forces against Scotland. His movements were swift, sometimes brutal, but carefully measured. He targeted garrisons and supply depots, not cathedrals or sacred sites. While chroniclers in England describe burning towns and desecration, it's worth noting that Wallace often spared churches and monastic holdings. This was not the reckless pillaging of a marauder, but the deliberate work of a commander who understood battle tactics. Still, hardship followed them. The campaign pushed Wallace and his men through hard country, moors, hills, frost-laced valleys. Snow came early that year, soft at first, then relentless. Roads became streams of mud, and the foraging parties returned with little more than thin oats and smoked fish. Even hardened men began to feel it, the weight of cold, the gnaw of hunger, the long silences broken only by the cough of a horse or the groan of wet timber underfoot. They made camp in ruined villages and abandoned steadings. Fires burned low, more for smoke than warmth. It's thought Wallace kept to himself during these nights, studying maps, listening to scouts, speaking only when he had to. His leadership was reserved, yet unwavering. No flourish, no declarations, just presence. It was in this bitter season that his men began to call him more than commander. They called him steadier things, protector, guide, sometimes simply him. But even as they pressed further south, Wallace must have sensed what was waiting in return. England was stirring. King Edward had returned in full strength, drawing up fresh armies, calling favours from loyal lords, and rallying nobles who had once been indifferent. The time for delay was over. Wallace's raids, effective though they were, had drawn the eye of a monarch who did not forget challenges. By early 1298, Wallace knew his men could not remain in the south. The land, scoured and barren, could no longer sustain them, and winter's bite was deepening. He gave the order to return, and so, over hills powdered with frost, they retraced their steps, worn, thinned, but largely intact. They had achieved what they set out to do, reminded England that Scotland could still strike. But Wallace also knew that warning bells had been sounded. The next time he faced the English, they would come in force. And so, as he crossed the border once more, and disappeared into the haze of lowland farms and rising mist, Wallace must have felt the strange weight of foresight. He had bought time, but he had also invited the full weight of the crown. The fields around Falkirk were soft in the early summer of 1298, grass just tall enough to sway in the breeze, the ground firm from weeks without rain. But beneath that calm surface, something heavier hung in the air, an unease that had nothing to do with weather. Wallace knew the English were coming. More than that, he knew Edward was coming. The king himself, no longer relying on deputies or distant orders, had crossed the border with one of the largest forces Scotland had yet faced. In the weeks prior, Wallace had tried to prepare. He issued fresh calls to arms, re-established field positions, and watched for movements in the south. Yet the deeper challenge lay not in the enemy's might, but in Scotland's own fractured leadership. The nobles, many of whom had only reluctantly acknowledged Wallace as guardian, had begun to drift. Some refused to answer his summons. Others rode to the gathering field, only to linger on the outskirts. Still, Wallace remained. He chose his ground near Falkirk carefully, placing his infantry in schiltron formations, tight circles of spearmen designed to hold firm against cavalry. His men dug shallow ditches, drove wooden stakes into the earth, and prepared for the worst. These were not professional soldiers. Many were farmers, apprentices, tradesmen, but they believed in Wallace, and they stood their ground. The English arrived in overwhelming force. Knights in armour, archers from Wales, foot soldiers hardened by years of campaign. Edward had brought nearly 2,000 cavalry alone. It was, in every sense, a reckoning. The battle, when it came, did not last long. The English archers broke the schiltrons from a distance, their arrows finding the gaps that even the tightest ranks could not fully seal. Cavalry surged in, cutting through the weakened lines. The Scottish nobles, many of whom had held back at the rear, gave little support. Some fled the field early. Others watched and did nothing. Wallace's forces held as long as they could. There was no collapse, only erosion, a slow, tragic unraveling of men outmatched and under-supported. When retreat became the only option, Wallace withdrew his remaining forces in order, protecting as many lives as he could. He did not die at Falkirk, but something else did. In the aftermath, Wallace resigned as Guardian of Scotland. It was not a gesture of defeat, but of clarity. He had seen the limits of his position, the ceiling placed upon him not by the enemy, but by his own countrymen. Without unity, there would be no lasting resistance, and if others wished to lead, he would no longer stand in their way. He vanished from the public eye, slipping back into the shadows from which he had come. No speeches, no declarations, just the fading sound of hoofbeats and the long quiet that follows a cause caught in the hands of too many. Falkirk was not the end, but it was a turning point. The legend might live on, but the man, now stripped of title and command, would continue his journey alone. When the dust of Falkirk settled and Wallace relinquished his role as guardian, he did not return home, because in truth he no longer had one. His name was now both shield and target, known across the kingdom, praised in hushed tones by those who saw him as Scotland's only true voice, and condemned by others who preferred order even at the cost of independence. What followed was not well recorded. These years of Wallace's life slipped through the grasp of history, mentioned only in fragments, stray letters, vague reports, the kind of records that suggest movement but rarely confirm it. And yet, it is in this absence, this misted chapter, that we find perhaps the truest version of him. A man moving by instinct, relying on memory and terrain, never staying long, always watching. He passed, it is believed, from glen to glen, taking shelter in the hills above Loch Lomond, the pine woods near Tyndrum, and the twisting paths of Glen Nevis. He travelled light, with only a few trusted companions, and never announced his arrival. When he needed food, sympathetic villagers would leave parcels hidden at marked stones. When he needed word of the outside world, he listened rather than asked. Despite his isolation, Wallace had not given up. He travelled beyond Scotland, perhaps even to France, seeking support from King Philip IV. Records suggest he carried letters with him, formal declarations from Scottish clerics or remaining councilmen, requesting aid against Edward's encroachment. Some say Wallace hoped to travel to Rome, to lay Scotland's case before the Pope. Whether he reached the Holy See remains uncertain, but the effort itself speaks to the kind of resolve he carried, a belief that even from the margins he could still shape the fate of his country. Back home, however, the tides were turning. With Wallace absent, new leaders emerged, nobles more acceptable to the political class, some of whom had once ignored or opposed him. Treaties were signed, compromises made. The cause for which he had risked everything was still alive, but it had changed shape, less about open resistance, more about negotiation, diplomacy, careful steps rather than bold leaps. In many ways, Wallace had become a symbol more than a man. Songs were sung about his courage. Tales spread of his escape through icy burns, his sword still gleaming despite the snow. And yet, in truth, he remained a wanderer, unseen, his thoughts likely far less grand than the ballads made them out to be. It's likely there were nights, long ones, where he sat beside a low fire, wrapped in wool and damp from the bracken, and wondered whether his choices had truly mattered. Whether the freedom he had chased was now just a banner someone else would carry, or whether it had slipped into the fog like so many of the voices that once pledged to follow him. Still, he did not stop. He moved, listened, planned. Even without an army, without a council, he remained in motion. And perhaps that, more than anything, was what made him dangerous. Not what he commanded, but what he still believed. It was near Glasgow, they say, that it happened. After years of shadowed travel and narrow escapes, Wallace was finally captured, not on a battlefield by English knights, but through betrayal. The man who turned him in was Sir John de Menteith, a Scottish noble and once ally, who had aligned himself with the English crown. The details are sparse, blurred by time and retellings, but the effect is clear. Wallace, the steadfast figure who had spent years evading armies and outlasting campaigns, was taken in the hush of familiarity. No fight, no chase, just a trap sprung with unnerving precision. We don't know exactly what Wallace felt in that moment, if there were words exchanged, if he suspected it before it unfolded. What is known is that he was seized, bound, and delivered to English custody. From there, he was transported south under heavy guard. It was a long journey, taking him from the wild hills of Scotland through English towns, where his name was more accusation than legend. He passed through Carlisle, then through smaller villages, the faces at the roadside curious or hostile, depending on what they'd heard. Some stared at him with open disdain. Others merely looked away. Wallace bore no crown, no banner, no parade of loyal men. He was chained, cloaked in the dust of the road, and stared down by those who had once feared the mention of his name. When he arrived in London, the city was swollen with the heat of summer. Its streets were loud with commerce and rumour. Word of Wallace's capture spread quickly. He was taken to the Tower, that looming stone structure on the Thames, where prisoners rarely lingered long before judgment. For the English crown, this was a triumph, a symbol that the rebellion, or at least one version of it, had finally been quelled. But even here, in the heart of his enemy's domain, Wallace did not bend. When brought before the court, he acknowledged no guilt. He denied the charge of treason outright, stating simply that he had never sworn loyalty to the English king. So how, then, could he betray him? For Wallace was a man of principle, who saw himself not as a criminal, but as a man who had defended his homeland from foreign control. In that moment, stripped of power, he still held to the one thing no one could take from him, his conviction. The trial was short, the verdict predetermined. He was condemned to death. The sentence, carried out with medieval severity, was meant to send a message. Yet history remembers little of those who presided, and much of the man they hoped to erase. In the days before his execution, Wallace was held under close guard. We can imagine the moments he must have passed in reflection, alone in the cold stone of his cell, the sounds of London beyond the walls, the knowledge of what lay ahead settling in with clarity. He had lived as a hunted man for years, and now, at last, he was still. There would be no more glens to retreat into, no more hidden allies or forest paths, only the closing chapter, and whatever dignity he could carry into it. But though the final hours were his alone, what came after would not be. Word of Wallace's death would travel far, across Scotland, into the courts of Europe, even whispered through the halls of monasteries, not because it was unexpected, but because of what it meant, that a man could defy the greatest power in his world and face the end without apology nor bitterness. There are no known last words, no letter from the tower, no final account from William Wallace himself. What remains is silence, the deep, historical kind that follows when a life ends, but its meaning lingers on. After his execution in late August of 1305, Wallace's name was meant to fade. The sentence had been carried out with spectacle and severity, designed to erase not just the man, but the idea of him. His body was quartered, his remains sent to various towns across England and Scotland, warnings nailed in wood and iron. But ideas, unlike flesh, do not scatter so easily, and in Wallace's case, it was not just the idea of resistance that survived. It was the idea of endurance, of a man who stood not because he believed he would win, but because he refused to kneel. Within Scotland, his legacy took root unevenly at first. The nobles who had once distanced themselves from him found his absence a useful symbol. Later uprisings, most notably those led by Robert the Bruce, would draw quiet strength from Wallace's memory. Bruce himself had once opposed Wallace's methods, but as the wars for independence deepened, even he could not ignore the power of what Wallace had stood for. In abbeys and among the clergy, his name was kept alive in small ways. Notes in margins, mentions in chronicles, the occasional prayer spoken with care. Across Europe, the letters Wallace had once sent from his position as guardian were preserved in archives, rarely studied at the time, but not discarded. The ports of Lübeck and Hamburg remembered the Scotsman who had written to them with diplomatic courtesy, announcing Scotland's intent to stand as its own. It was not until generations later that Wallace's story took fuller form, retold, reimagined, sometimes adorned. The truth, though simpler, is no less powerful. He was a man born into a time of confusion and uncertainty, who chose a path most would have avoided. But even in defeat, he remained constant, believing truth and justice are worth fighting for. And perhaps that is why his memory remains. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from, or make a request for a future episode. And if you like what you hear, please consider liking and subscribing. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the astonishing true story of Pierre Picaud, a humble French shoemaker whose seemingly quiet life was suddenly shattered by betrayal, and whose methodical, deliberate path to revenge became the origin story for one of literature's most enduring legends, the Count of Monte Cristo. In the early 1800s, as the fires of Napoleon's ambitions flickered across Europe, Pierre was engaged to be married and full of hopeful dreams. But within the shaded corners of his life, jealousy stirred. Pierre was falsely accused by trusted friends who, out of envy, denounced him as a spy for England, a deadly charge in a France still wary of its ancient and tyrannical rival across the sea. Picaud was arrested and left to languish in the shadowed depths of a ruined fortress high in the Italian Alps. His sentence would last for over a decade. His beloved fiancée would move on, and though the world outside the prison forgot all about him, Pierre did not forget. He remained waiting and vigilant. But inside that cold stone prison, a chance meeting with a fellow prisoner, an ailing old priest, changed everything. In hushed voices and over many years, the old man shared secrets of a hidden fortune and of a wider world beyond the cell. When freedom came at last, Picaud emerged a man transformed. He could have chosen a peaceful path, claimed his fortune, forgotten the past, and moved on to a life of quiet luxury. Instead, he set his mind to one thing: justice. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we follow the deliberate footsteps of a man once wronged, who emerged from the shadows not with blind fury, but with a plan. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's journey alongside Pierre Picaud through the shifting landscapes of 19th century southern France, where memory is long and retribution complete. Pierre Picaud was born in the southern city of Nîmes, a place of Roman ruins and sun-washed stone, nestled between the towering mountains and the Mediterranean winds. He came from modest roots, neither rich nor desperate, the son of an honest tradesman, raised among the narrow lanes and limestone facades of a city that valued hard work, diligence, and strong hands. From an early age, Pierre followed in his father's path, learning the gentle craft of shoemaking. His work was careful, his manner steady, and he moved through life with the simple grace of a man at ease in his station. But fortune, it seemed, had chosen him for more than tools and leather. In his mid-20s, Pierre became engaged to marry a young woman of significant wealth and elegance. Marguerite Vigarou was spoken of in her day with admiration, beautiful, poised, and from a family of far greater means than Pierre's own. And yet she had chosen him, not for his coin, but for his kindness. The match surprised many, but it was genuine. Love, in its rarest form, had found them both. For a time, life bloomed. Picaud's days were filled with gentle routine, shaping fine shoes for Nimes' wealthier residents, tending to his modest home, and preparing for the life he would build with his beloved. Friends gathered often, sharing wine and conversation beneath the stone arches of the town's arcades. Pierre was well liked, trusted, admired, and considered fortunate by many. But even then, threads of envy had begun to curl through the edges of his happiness. Not everyone rejoiced in his good fortune. Among his circle were 3 men he called friends, men who had stood beside him through the years, whose smiles now masked something darker. Their names would soon be etched into his memory with unshakable weight. For in hushed conversations behind closed doors, they began to speak his name with suspicion and imagine what it would mean to bring him down. Pierre, for all his sensitivity, did not see it. Or perhaps he saw and chose to believe otherwise. That friendship, once forged, could not so easily turn. He had not yet learned that betrayal often walks in familiar shoes. And so, as the sunlit days of Nimes carried him gently toward a future he could nearly touch, Picaud remained unaware that the world he'd built so carefully was already beginning to fracture. The men who would destroy Picaud's life had once shared his wine, his laughter, and his trust. There was Lupin, a fellow tradesman, bold, confident, and outwardly charming, yet restless in Pierre's shadow. Then Solari, the innkeeper's son, clever, but always watching from the edges, where envy brews without noise. And finally, Shobar, quieter than the rest, but no less moved by the slow, smouldering pull of resentment. All 3 had walked beside Pierre in easier times. They had dined at his table, toasted his engagement, and offered congratulations with smiles that were beginning to crack. To them, Pierre's engagement to a wealthy heiress felt like a leap too far, a challenge to the natural order. They did not see love or virtue in his success. They saw only what they believed had been stolen from them: wealth, honor, opportunity. And so it was that on an ordinary day, with no warning, their long-harbored jealousy gave way to action. They denounced Pierre to the authorities, accusing him of something deadly in the climate of Napoleonic France: espionage. They claimed that Pierre had been secretly working for England, passing information to France's ancient enemy across the Channel. It was a lie, of course, yet the times were dangerous, and the state was on edge. France, still gripped by war and suspicion, took such claims seriously. A whisper could become a chain, and so the wheels turned quickly. There was no trial, no chance to plead his case. One moment, Pierre was walking freely through the market streets of Nîmes. The next, he had vanished. The betrayal struck Pierre with a force no stranger's accusation could ever match. To be accused by strangers would have been one thing, but these were friends, men he had trusted with his time, his thoughts, his loyalty. The pain of it, perhaps, outweighed even the fear. In the days that followed, no word reached his fiancée. No explanation was given. Pierre was simply gone. Taken under armed escort, he was moved far from the warmth of southern France, toward the looming mountains that marked the Italian border. There, hidden in the remote heights of the Alps, stood the Fenestrelle fortress, cold, isolated, and vast. Pierre Picaud had stepped into the long silence of exile, left to carry not only the weight of false charges, but the even heavier burden of betrayal. And his life, once so full of promise, now narrowed to stone walls, iron doors, and the memory of 3 familiar faces. Fenestrelle Fortress rose like a jagged crown against the grey folds of the Italian Alps, vast, brooding, and utterly detached from the living world. Built into the mountainside, it sprawled across terraces and stone ramps, its corridors echoing with the weight of generations. For Pierre, it would become his entire horizon. He arrived in shackles, tired and stunned, as if the world had suddenly changed languages and turned its face away. The fortress held no comfort, not in its stone cells, nor in the cold that seeped up through the walls at night. The seasons passed with little distinction. Summer's warmth barely reached the mountain heights, and winter came early, biting at the fingers and lungs of those trapped within. His cell was small, more hole than room, with only a narrow slit for light and a straw mat that smelled of damp years. There were no visitors, no news from the outside world, no trial to hope for, just stone, iron, and the long, slow ache of being forgotten. The days stretched without form. At first, Pierre kept count, scratching notches into the wall, trying to hold on to some sense of time. But after the 100th day, or perhaps the 200th, the numbers lost their meaning. Time had bent. Each morning arrived like the one before. Each night, just a darker version of the day. There were others in the fortress, murmurs from down long hallways, shuffling feet, an occasional cough in the dark, but no one to speak to directly. Isolation wrapped around him like a second skin. He did not know if his fiancée had searched for him. He did not know if she still believed in him, or if she'd been told he was dead, or worse, guilty. And then there was the cold. Not simply the weather, but a kind of internal freezing, a stilling of purpose. He had been a man on the cusp of a beautiful life, and now he was no one. A name on no list, a ghost who hadn't died. But even in that grey silence, something held. Pierre did not unravel. He endured. He turned inward. Memory became both wound and anchor. He thought often of the faces of the men who had accused him. Their betrayal had shaped his new world. And while the fortress held his body, it had not taken everything. Not yet. And not forever. Years had passed. The stone walls had grown familiar now, though never welcome. Picaud had learned to live within them, to breathe with the rhythm of the fortress, and to carry his thoughts like embers, silently, but no less alive. And then, one day, without warning, a new prisoner was placed in the adjoining cell. He was older, this man, gaunt, with a trimmed white beard and eyes that burned with a curious light. His name was Father Tori, a priest once, before the state had turned its suspicions even on men of the cloth. The guards spoke of him with indifference, but Picaud sensed immediately that there was something unusual about the man. In a place where time dragged and conversation was rare, the two began, cautiously at first, to speak. Their words passed softly through a small vent in the stone, a breath of companionship in the stale air of confinement. Father Tori spoke not only of scripture, but of politics, of cities Pierre had never seen, of ancient philosophers and old stories. He carried knowledge like a candle in the dark, and Pierre, long starved of conversation, leaned toward the warmth. As seasons shifted beyond the fortress walls, the priest began to trust Pierre with more than reflections. He shared a story, at first vague, then startlingly precise. Many years before his arrest, Father Tori had been entrusted with knowledge of a hidden fortune, a vast treasure concealed beneath a ruined house in Milan, left by a nobleman who died without heir or claim. The priest had never used this knowledge. His vows had bound him to secrecy, but in prison, with his health fading and death approaching, he felt that passing it on was the last thing left for him to do. At first, Pierre listened with measured disbelief. A fortune buried beneath a crumbling estate, spoken of by a dying man. It sounded like myth. But Father Tori spoke plainly, offering details with remarkable clarity, names, locations, markings on the cellar floor, and the twisted logic by which the treasure had been hidden. There was no boast in his voice, no feverish glow, just a slow, careful gift, given freely. And then, one night, not long after, Father Tori was gone. The guard said nothing, simply sealed the adjoining cell as though its occupant had never been. Pierre sat awake in the dark for many hours, repeating the priest's words over and over, fixing them in his mind like sacred scripture. It was then, perhaps, that the shape of a new life began to form, not as a plan, not yet, but as a seed. He had lost nearly everything, but now he held something more than memory. He held a secret. By the time the 10th year neared its close, Picaud was no longer the man who had once walked the warm streets of Nîmes, whistling as he stitched fine shoes, or smiled beneath the stone arches with his bride-to-be on his arm. That man had vanished with the first clank of the prison gate. What remained was leaner and more inward, not broken, just changed. The years moved slowly in Fenestrelle. Some prisoners aged fast, worn thin by despair. Others faded in silence. But Pierre had found something else, a reason, however distant, to keep himself whole. With every passing day, the memory of Father Torre's words deepened their hold. He would replay the priest's instructions like a ritual, the location, the symbols, the cracked floor beneath the cellar door in a long-forgotten house in Milan. He whispered them aloud in the dark, not to believe in them, but to remember them perfectly. And more than just remembering, he trained himself, not physically. The cramped cell allowed little movement, but in mind and spirit. He began to recall every detail of those who had betrayed him, the words they'd spoken, the tone in their voices, their habits, their vices, their weaknesses. He imagined the world outside, where they still walked freely. He did not hate them loudly. He simply studied them, again and again, with the same diligence he once gave to a fine pair of boots. Nothing rushed, everything methodical. He also listened to guards, to snatches of conversation between cells, to footsteps and patterns and silences. He became part of the stonework, unseen, unnoticed, but watching. Time, for Pierre, was no longer an enemy. It was a tool. He had no calendar, no clock, but somewhere in the back of his mind, he kept count. A growing certainty told him that his release would come, perhaps by decree, perhaps by oversight, and when it did, he must be ready, not just to survive, but to become someone altogether new. Someone with a name no longer spoken in grief or pity, but in wonder, perhaps even fear. He began to plan, and while the guards believed he sat idle in his cell, wasting away in obscurity, Picaud was building something, quietly and in the dark, planning his every move. After more than a decade behind stone and iron, the world beyond Fenestrelle had become, to Pierre, half myth and half memory. But one cold morning, without ceremony or explanation, the gate clanged open, and he was told he was free. The guards offered no reason. Perhaps the charges had been suddenly dropped, or lost in the shuffle of changing administrations. Perhaps someone in Paris had finally questioned the length of his detention. But no apology came, no compensation, just release. He stepped beyond the fortress walls, with little more than the clothes he wore, and the weight of years behind his eyes. The light hurt at first, not just the sun, but the color of things, the sky, the moss, the distant pines. Everything looked unfamiliar, as though the world had kept moving without him, leaving him to catch up at his own pace. The journey southward was long and solitary. He traveled on foot at first, avoiding major roads, taking work where he could, laboring under false names, listening more than speaking. The priest's map, etched into his mind, remained unshaken. The memory of Milan pulled at him relentlessly. When he finally arrived in the city, it had changed. Buildings stood where fields once were. Faces had turned, but the streets still bent in the same crooked lines, and he found, eventually, the neighborhood the priest had described. At the edge of the city, shaded by tall trees and flanked by walls grown over with ivy, sat the old house, now abandoned, its shutters weather-beaten and crooked, its gate rusted nearly shut. Pierre waited until nightfall before slipping through. The house groaned with age. He moved slowly, not out of fear, but reverence. Every creak beneath his foot was part of the priest's story unfolding. He found the cellar door beneath a cracked stone in the kitchen floor. The hinges protested, but it opened. In the flickering light of a single candle, Pierre descended into the damp, earthen dark. The air was thick with mildew and dust, and there, just as Torrey had described, behind a false wall of rotting wood and loose stones, was a small, iron-banded chest. He paused. After all the years, the hunger, the silence, the betrayal, this moment should have felt grand, but it didn't. It felt quiet, certain, as if the world had simply kept its promise. He broke the lock. Inside were golden coins, fine jewels, silver plate, and scrolls of noble lineage, wealth that could carry a man into any life he chose. But Pierre did not smile. He only exhaled, long and slow, and sat there a while, his fingers resting on the edge of the open box. This treasure was not the end of his story. It was the beginning of something far more deliberate. In the months that followed his discovery, Pierre Picaud vanished, not in body, but in name, in trace, in presence. In his place, a new figure began to form, cultured, refined, and impossibly wealthy. He now had the means to re-enter society, not as a shoemaker, but as a gentleman of fortune. But he did not rush. He moved like someone weaving an intricate pattern, one slow stitch at a time. From Milan, he traveled north, adopting a new identity, drawn from the noble documents buried with the treasure. Titles once forgotten were revived. A name with roots in Italian aristocracy, not Picaud, gave him entrance into salons, banks, and business affairs. He acquired property under aliases, developed partnerships, wrote letters in fine hand to officials who never knew they were replying to a man once left to rot in a fortress cell. All the while, he gathered information. His betrayers had not scattered. They still lived comfortably in France, unaware that the man they'd condemned had returned, not only free, but powerful. Lupin, the most ambitious of the three, had married well, securing a position in trade and living handsomely. Solari, the innkeeper's son, had inherited his father's establishment in Paris, and Shobar had faded into clerical life, the kind who folds easily into the grey corners of government service. None of them, it seemed, had ever faced question for their accusation, and none had thought Pierre would live to see the other side of a prison gate. But now, the pieces were in place. Pierre purchased a townhouse in Paris under a false name, its rooms modestly furnished, but with one wall devoted entirely to papers, maps, names, timetables, letters intercepted and transcribed. He watched. He waited. He traced their movements, their family connections, their financial vulnerabilities. He did not act out of impulse. Every step was calculated, not for cruelty, but for symmetry. The punishment, when it came, must fit the betrayal. And so, while his betrayers dined in comfort and greeted guests in well-tailored suits, a man they believed long dead was standing in the shadows of their lives, carefully preparing the days to come. By the time Picaud returned to France in earnest, he was a stranger, even to himself. The years had refined him. His speech had softened, his manner grown restrained, and his clothing, always impeccable, spoke of wealth and understated confidence. No trace of the old shoemaker remained. He moved through the salons and back streets of Paris, under a name that no one questioned, shielded by wealth and the practiced air of nobility. But he wasn't there to be seen. He was there to see. He watched them. Lupin, Solari, Shobar. Each man had built a life atop the lie that ruined him, and each had weaknesses that Pierre, with quiet calculation, began to uncover. He never rushed. Some threads took months to follow, others years. But he had time. Time was his ally now, and the longer he waited, the more precise his understanding became. He befriended a merchant who handled Lupin's shipping contracts. He employed a servant whose sister worked in Solari's inn. He gained the trust of a clerk in Shobar's office, who grumbled too easily after wine. Each step drew him closer, not to confrontation, but to comprehension. He learned of Lupin's pride, his risk-laden ventures, and the debts he kept hidden from his wife. He noted Solari's taste for gambling and the carelessness it bred, and he uncovered Showbar's extensive corruption, the stolen money, the falsified records, the things he thought buried under bureaucracy. Pierre began to leave subtle marks. An anonymous letter slipped beneath a door. A whispered rumor passed to a banker. A single forged document, delivered at just the right time. Nothing to alarm, just enough to shift the balance. They began to feel it. Lupin grew anxious in meetings, his confidence fraying. Solari grew curt with guests, snapping at shadows. Showbar began to look over his shoulder, pausing before he signed anything at all. And yet none of them suspected the true source. To them, it was simply misfortune, coincidence, bad luck, perhaps a rival. Pierre watched as unease bloomed in their lives like a slow illness. He never appeared before them, never spoke their names aloud, but he was always there, in the letter that arrived without a sender, in the business deal that fell apart at the last moment, in the mirror that caught a flicker of movement, just a heartbeat too late. This was not vengeance delivered in fury. It was justice, orchestrated with care, the kind that arrives so slowly, one doesn't realize it's begun until it's already far too late. Picaud had spent the better part of 15 years preparing for this. His revenge was not forged in anger. It had cooled into something colder, more exacting. And now it began. Lupin, once the most outwardly successful of the three, was the first to feel the cracks deepen. Pierre uncovered details of a risky business merger, one delicately balanced on unspoken debts and fragile trust. With a single forged note, traced to a banker's assistant Pierre had bribed, Lupin's reputation was called into question. The deal collapsed. Creditors, long patient, came knocking. His assets dwindled. His wife, learning of the financial ruin he'd concealed, left with their children. By year's end, Lupin, once a man of status, was selling off furniture to settle lawsuits he barely understood. His downfall came not in fire, but in dust. Solari, the innkeeper's son, had lived for pleasure, gambling, women, and a daily rhythm of excess. Picaud allowed that indulgence to bloom unchecked, feeding it gently from a distance. A tip passed to a crooked card dealer. A whisper dropped at the ears of Solari's lender. Pierre ensured that Solari's debts deepened faster than he could drink them away. One day, the inn changed hands, sold without Solari's knowledge, the paperwork long since transferred behind closed doors. He woke to find himself a tenant in his own home, with no money and no friends left to turn to. There was no confrontation, only a letter, unsigned, folded beneath the inn's new door, that read, "This is the price of a lie." Showbar was the most cautious, the most dull, and yet the most corrupt of the three. Pierre had the hardest time reaching him, but corruption leaves a trail, and Picaud, ever patient, followed it. Over months, he gathered receipts, coded ledgers, falsified entries, small transgressions that, when collected, painted a far larger crime. With the help of an anonymous tip, Showbar was summoned before a judicial inquiry. He denied everything, but the evidence was there, and it was undeniable. He was dismissed, fined, and disgraced. Not imprisoned, but publicly ruined. A man once hidden in paper, now buried beneath it. None of these men ever learned who had orchestrated their undoing. To the outside world, it was coincidence, a market shift, a scandal revealed, a friend who talked too much. But to Pierre, it was justice. He had not struck in haste. He had dismantled 3 lives with the same care he had once used to craft a perfect pair of shoes. And yet, as the final piece fell into place, he felt no triumph, only stillness. The work was done. With his purpose fulfilled, Pierre Picaud did not return to his old name, nor did he seek applause or recompense. He simply stepped out of the lives of the men who had once betrayed him, just as silently as he had entered them. He had spent years shaping their falls, and now, as their lives lay altered beyond repair, he receded once more into the shadows of France. Some say he moved south again, to the quieter corners of the countryside, far from Paris and far from the past. Others whispered of a final disguise, a nobleman who rarely spoke, who lived modestly in a small villa with more books than guests, and who watched the world with a kind of detached serenity, as if his greatest work had already been completed. What became of him precisely is lost to time, but his story was not. In 1839, nearly 2 decades after Pierre's final act of justice, a Parisian police archivist compiled a report titled Memoir on the Revenge of a Betrayed Man. In its pages was the detailed account of a man imprisoned without trial, betrayed by those closest to him, and transformed by time, cunning, and an unlikely treasure into a figure of retribution. The story, striking in its twists and haunting in its tone, made its way into the hands of a young writer named Alexandre Dumas. Dumas, known for his appetite for adventure and deep curiosity for stories of transformation, was immediately taken by the tale. He saw in Pierre's life a structure far greater than mere biography. He saw poetry, he saw myth, and with the liberties of fiction, he would expand upon it, building castles, duels, escape tunnels, and shipwrecks, but always keeping the soul of the man intact. In 1844, The Count of Monte Cristo was published, the story of Edmond Dantes, falsely imprisoned, mysteriously enriched, and determined to right the scales of fate. Readers, were spellbound, and though most never knew of Pierre Picaud by name, they came to know his journey. In time, Pierre's life faded into legend, his memory preserved not in records or grave markers, but in the pages of one of the world's most enduring novels. A man who never sought fame, whose vengeance was silent and precise, would be remembered forever, not as a shoemaker from Nîmes, but as the shadow behind a literary giant. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from, or make a request for a future episode. And if you like what you hear, please consider liking and subscribing. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Hugh Glass, a frontiersman, fur trapper, and survivor of one of the most enduring tales of resilience in early American history. In the summer of 1823, Hugh Glass was part of a fur trading expedition along the upper Missouri River. These were the early days of westward exploration, when the boundaries of what was known remained vast and largely uncharted to European Americans. Glass was working with the Rocky Mountain Fur Company, deep in what is now the Dakota wilderness, a land of slow rivers, dense woods, and quiet, swaying grass. While scouting ahead near the Grand River, Glass was attacked by a grizzly bear. Though he managed to kill the animal with the help of his companions, he was left severely wounded, his body torn, bones broken, and survival uncertain. Believing he would not live long, the expedition's leader assigned 2 men to stay behind with him until he passed, then bury his body. But the men, one of them, a young Jim Bridger, later famous in his own right, soon abandoned him. They took his rifle, his knife, and what little gear he had left. They told the others he had died and moved on. Glass, however, did not die. Alone, unarmed, and badly injured, he began to crawl. Slowly and silently, he made his way through over 200 miles of wilderness. He encountered no rescue, no comfort, just the rhythm of the land and the quiet, patient strength it took to endure. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we reflect not on the violence of that moment, but on the silence that followed it, on a man alone with his thoughts, inching his way across the plains with little more than his will to survive. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's walk slowly through the great quiet wilderness of early America. Hugh Glass is believed to have been born around 1783, most likely in Pennsylvania, where the wooded hills met the restless edge of the expanding American frontier. He came into the world as the newly formed United States was still finding its shape, a land defined by shifting borders, new beginnings, and the slow settling of territories once held by indigenous nations. The details of his early life remain scarce, as if they were lost to the wind that moved through the forests of his youth. But what we do know tells us he came of age in a time when self-reliance and resilience were not romantic ideals. They were simply the price of survival. He was likely of Scots-Irish descent, descended from people who had known struggle, displacement, and the harsh demands of rural life. These were communities who lived by their hands, who watched the stars for weather, and the tree line for trouble. In the places where Hugh Glass grew up, life was close to the ground, filled with the hush of wooded trails, the flicker of cabin fires, and the long, quiet hours between planting and harvest. This was the environment that shaped him, not in loud moments, but in long silences. A boy may have learned to track a deer before he could read, or to listen more closely to the forest than to words. It's in this setting that Hugh Glass gained his first sense of the world, a world that required watchfulness, patience, and a steady hand. By his early adulthood, he was already marked by the frontier's rhythm, a life not quite tethered, always looking outward, and soon that pull would lead him away from the land altogether, drawn instead to the sea, where a new chapter of his journey would begin. After his years along the frontier, Hugh Glass turned his gaze outward, toward the wide, shifting waters of the coast. He became a sailor, boarding ships that carried goods along the eastern seaboard, into the Gulf of Mexico, and beyond. The sea was no gentler than the land he had known, but it offered a different kind of horizon, one that rolled endlessly under sky, full of wind and uncertainty. It was during this time, perhaps in his 20s or 30s, that Glass's story took one of its most extraordinary turns. While sailing in the Gulf, he was captured by pirates, reportedly under the command of the notorious privateer Jean Lafitte. Lafitte's base of operations near Galveston Island was a strange mix of outlaw commerce and colonial influence, a place where goods and lives were traded in the shadow of shifting empires. Glass was held as a prisoner, though the details of those months remain hazy. What's known is that he eventually escaped, slipping away from the coast and heading inland, into the uncertain interior of what is now modern-day Texas. There, he lived for a time among the Pawnee, one of the many indigenous peoples of the Great Plains. He did not simply pass through their world. He is believed to have lived among them, learning their ways, their language, and perhaps even forming bonds deep enough to consider them family. Some sources suggest he took a Pawnee wife, though these details are softly held, part memory, part oral tradition. What's clear is that these years left a deep mark. The knowledge he carried from that time, how to survive off the land, how to move silently across the plains, how to listen and observe, would one day save his life. By the early 1820s, Glass had re-entered the world of white settlers and trade. The American West was opening quickly now. Driven by the hunt for furs and fortune, he joined the newly formed Rocky Mountain Fur Company, led by General William Ashley, as they prepared to push deep into territory that remained vast and untamed. Glass, now a man shaped by sea, captivity, and the patience of long survival, was ready. The next path he walked would lead him into the deep wilds, and into the story that would outlive him. By the spring of 1823, Hugh Glass was once again heading west, this time not as a lone wanderer, but as part of a formal expedition into the upper reaches of the Missouri River. He had joined the Rocky Mountain Fur Company, a bold new enterprise organized by General William Henry Ashley and Andrew Henry, who sought to tap the rich beaver streams of the frontier. The company had put out a call for enterprising young men, trappers and scouts willing to brave the vast unsettled country that lay beyond the Mississippi. Among those who answered were men who would become legendary in their own right: Jedediah Smith, Jim Bridger, Thomas Fitzpatrick, and others. Hugh Glass was older than many of them, weathered by years at sea and in the wilderness, but still strong, still quiet, and still drawn to the land's deep pull. Their goal was simple in words, but enormous in scale: travel by river and overland into the untrapped regions of the upper Missouri, following its branching waterways into what is now North and South Dakota, Montana, and beyond. It was a land of rich game, dense forests, and winding rivers, but also one of tension and danger, as settlers and trading companies pushed further into indigenous territories, often with little thought for those who already lived there. The journey began near St. Louis with a flotilla of shallow draft boats known as keelboats, loaded with supplies and men. They moved slowly against the current, poling, rowing, and sometimes wading alongside to guide the vessels forward. The air was warm with spring and damp with the scent of wet wood and river silt. Trees leaned quietly over the banks, birds called from high branches, and always the water moved, steady, soft, and endless. As the expedition progressed into the Dakota Territory, tensions with local tribes began to rise. Though the fur traders often dealt peacefully with indigenous peoples, not all interactions were welcomed. In one encounter outside a Native American village, a skirmish broke out that left several men dead. But the company pushed on, now wary, moving by land where they could. This was the world Glass had returned to, one of shifting alliances, uncertain borders, and the quiet hum of danger just beyond the tree line. But to men like him, it was also familiar. The open spaces, the hush of pine groves at dusk, the crunch of dried leaves underfoot. All of it spoke of a life he understood. Not civilized, perhaps, but clear in its demands. The wilderness did not lie. It asked only for patience, awareness, and the will to keep moving. Glass served as a scout, often traveling ahead of the main group to read the land and watch for signs of game or threat. He was quiet, observant, and experienced, the kind of man others followed with trust, even if they knew little about where he had come from. His past was his own. What mattered now was his place in the present, a man of the trail, moving through silence and shadow with the ease of long memory. The days passed slowly. Nights came with the crackle of small fires and the murmur of river water nearby. Overhead, stars wheeled gently through the sky, as they had for centuries before. The men slept on the ground, wrapped in blankets, their rifles close. And in the quiet before dawn, Hugh Glass would often be up first, watching, listening, and reading the world around him. It was in this setting, deep in the wild, far from any settlement, that the moment would come, which would define his story forever. But for now, the land remained patient, and the river kept flowing. The summer of 1823 found the Rocky Mountain Fur Company deep in the Grand River Valley, in what is now South Dakota. The land was wild and open, a place of tall grass, scattered timber, and soft hills that rolled like waves beneath the sky. Wildlife was plentiful, but so were risks, not just from the terrain or weather, but from the sheer remoteness of it all. Hugh Glass had taken on the role of scout for the expedition. It was his task to move ahead of the main party, sometimes miles ahead, to watch for danger and track game. He knew how to read broken branches, quiet prints in the mud, the subtle hush of birds changing flight. His years among the Pawnee and his time in the wilderness had made him an expert in the kind of awareness that kept a man alive. On a quiet afternoon, the exact day lost to time, Glass was alone, scouting ahead in the woods near the fork of a small creek. The air was still. The sun filtered gently through the trees, and somewhere in the underbrush, a grizzly bear stirred. She was not hunting. She was guarding, her cubs nearby, likely startled by Glass's presence. What happened next came swiftly. Grizzlies do not often give warning, and they do not hesitate when they believe their young are threatened. Glass was attacked with overwhelming force. The bear's strength was immense, her claws tearing, her weight crushing. But Glass fought back. He carried a flintlock rifle and a knife, and though he was gravely injured, he managed to wound the bear. His cries brought fellow trappers running, and together they finished the animal off. But by the time the danger had passed, Glass lay unmoving, his body broken and torn. He was still breathing, barely. His leg was shattered, his back deeply lacerated, and his throat and face torn to the point where speaking was difficult. The men gathered around him believed his death was a matter of hours, perhaps days. He was too injured to carry, and the expedition, already low on supplies, could not afford to stay in place for long. The company's leaders faced a hard decision. They resolved to leave two men behind, one older and experienced, John Fitzgerald, and one younger, barely into manhood, Jim Bridger, who would later become a legend in his own right. Their task was to remain with Glass until he passed, bury him with dignity, and then catch up with the rest. The rest of the party moved on. Fitzgerald and Bridger stayed, watching over a man who no longer spoke and barely moved. Days passed. Perhaps the nights were quiet, the air still. Perhaps they listened to Glass breathe, slow and shallow, wondering how long he would last. But soon, whether out of fear, impatience, or self-preservation, they made their choice. They took his rifle, his knife, and his supplies. They dug a shallow grave and left him for dead. Not out of cruelty, perhaps, but out of certainty. A man in that state, alone in that place, could not survive. They rejoined the company and reported that Hugh Glass had died as expected. But Glass had not died, not yet. The wind moved softly through the grass. In the shadow of a half-dug grave, with a broken leg, torn flesh, and no weapons or tools, Hugh Glass opened his eyes. He was alone. His breath came shallowly, and his body was barely more than pain. The bear had done its work, tearing into his back, breaking his leg, clawing his throat. Speaking was impossible, moving nearly so. But even through the fog of agony and fever, some part of him understood. He had been left behind. The wilderness around him gave no judgment. It simply existed, wide, quiet, and indifferent. The trees stood still. The birds resumed their calls. The creek ran on, its rhythm unchanged. If Glass was to survive, it would not be by fighting the land, but by becoming part of it, slow, deliberate, and patient. He began, inch by inch, to crawl. There was no grand gesture to it, no cry of defiance, just movement, slow, silent, and enduring. His left leg was useless. He dragged it behind him as he pulled himself forward with his arms and one working knee. Every root, every stone, every uneven patch of ground became an obstacle. And still, he moved. For food, he foraged what he could: berries, roots, and the occasional insect. Water came from streams or dew gathered on leaves. At one point, he allowed maggots to enter the open wounds on his back, knowing they would clean the dead flesh better than he could. This was not the work of pride or even courage. It was the quiet calculation of someone who had lived close to the edge before and now moved beyond it. The landscape became his world and his only companion. He followed the rivers, knowing they led south toward the Cheyenne River, and eventually to the trading post at Fort Kiowa. There were no paths, no signs, only memory, instinct, and the slow pull of gravity as he dragged himself forward. Days passed, perhaps weeks. Time lost its shape. The stars wheeled overhead. The sun rose and fell, casting long shadows across the prairie. Glass made no speeches, no plans, only quiet, constant motion. This was not a survival story made of battle or fury. It was a survival made of endurance, of stillness between moments, and of a man refusing to stop, even as every breath carried pain. At times, he encountered indigenous people. One group of friendly Lakota is said to have offered him aid, sewing a buffalo hide across his wounded back, giving him food, and pointing him on his way. They asked no questions, and he offered no words. He simply kept moving, further south, ever closer to the river, and whatever waited beyond it. And the land, vast, open, and ancient, watched him go, not cheering him on, not standing in his way, just being as it always had and always would. The land had begun to change. The grasses grew taller here, waving softly in the breeze, and the banks of the Cheyenne River rolled in long, gentle curves. The trees thinned in places, opening to wide sky and soft sun, as if the land itself were breathing more easily now. But Hugh Glass did not walk these places. He crawled. The days blurred into one another, each marked only by small victories: a stretch of shade, a trickle of water, a patch of berries not yet picked over by animals. His broken leg he kept stiff, dragging it across rocks and soil, while his arms, trembling but determined, bore his weight across miles of uneven ground. He followed the river south, toward Fort Kiowa, a trading post hundreds of miles away. It offered no promise, no guarantee, just a direction, and that, for now, was enough. Sometimes he would find driftwood or branches and use them to make a crude splint, wrapping his leg as best he could with strips of hide or cloth torn from what little remained of his clothing. He had no rifle, no knife, only his memory, his will, and the faint trail left by the flowing river. There were nights when he lay still, barely breathing, listening to the far-off calls of animals in the dark. The wilderness was not quiet, not truly. It spoke in creaks and rustles, in distant howls and the slow lap of water against stone. But it was a kind of honest noise, one that asked nothing of him and offered no comfort in return. He passed through wolf territory, and once, it said, he came across a pack feeding on a bison carcass. Hungry, exhausted, but too weak to drive them off, Glass waited nearby. When the wolves had their fill and moved on, he dragged himself to what remained, pulling strips of meat from the frozen hide with his bare hands. It was not clean or easy, but it was food, and it kept him alive. He moved through rain, through wind, through stretches of silence so long they seemed to fold time itself. At one point, he may have found a makeshift raft, lashed together from fallen branches, and floated briefly along the Cheyenne River, letting the current carry him forward, cradled by the water, the sky stretching endlessly above. Not all of his journey is documented in detail. Much of it remains a blur of hardship and slow, steady motion. But what endures is the rhythm, a man inching his way back from death, not by rage or force, but by quiet refusal. Refusal to stop, refusal to surrender, refusal to let the land forget him entirely. After nearly 6 weeks, he reached the edges of Fort Kiowa, thin, ragged, and skeletal, but alive. The men who saw him arrive may have stared in disbelief. Few could have imagined his survival. Fewer still could understand what it had taken to get there. But Hugh Glass didn't need them to understand. He had made it. And now, slowly, the world would return. When Hugh Glass arrived at Fort Kiowa, his body bore the marks of a journey most could scarcely imagine. The wounds across his back had begun to scar in thick ridges. His leg, still swollen and poorly mended, dragged behind him with each unsteady step. His face, torn and unshaven, carried the exhaustion of weeks spent between pain and resolve. But he was alive. Fort Kiowa sat on the banks of the Missouri River, a wooden outpost built for trade, stocked with goods, rifles, food, and the low hum of frontier life. For Glass, it must have seemed almost surreal, after so many days spent alone in the elements. Voices again, the scent of cooked food, smoke curling gently from chimneys. It was the first time in weeks he had seen more than trees and sky. The men at the fort treated him with a mixture of wonder and caution, the kind of reverence reserved for someone who has walked back from a place most never returned from. He was tended to, fed, and slowly nursed back to a measure of strength. His wounds would never fully heal, but over time he recovered enough to walk, enough to speak, enough to tell the story of what had happened. And when he spoke, the names came easily. John Fitzgerald, Jim Bridger, the two men who had left him for dead. They had taken his rifle, his knife, and his hope of rescue. And while Bridger was young, perhaps still a teenager, Fitzgerald had made a choice, one that, to Glass, could not be left unspoken. But his return was not filled with fire or fury. There were no angry declarations, no wild oaths, just quiet intent, a need, perhaps, not for revenge, but for acknowledgement, to face those who had written him off, to remind them and the world that he was still here. He learned that the fur company had moved on toward the Yellowstone region, and that both Fitzgerald and Bridger were still alive. With limited supplies and the help of nearby trappers, Glass set out once again. This time not as a scout, but as a man following footsteps. The journey was not easy. Though he could move more freely now, he was still weakened. The terrain remained vast and unpredictable, but compared to what he had already endured, this leg of the journey must have seemed almost gentle. A return to familiar paths, the ground firmer beneath his feet. Along the way, he reconnected with others from the original expedition. Word of his survival began to spread, a whisper that turned into a story, then into a legend. Trappers and traders alike passed it from camp to camp, scarcely believing it, yet holding fast to its truth. The man who crawled from death, the man the wilderness could not claim. But Hugh Glass didn't speak of legend. He spoke of Fitzgerald, of a rifle taken, of trust broken. And slowly, step by step, he drew closer to the final part of his journey, the moment of return, not just to the world of men, but to the two who had once stood at his side and then walked away. Hugh Glass had survived the bear, the abandonment, and the long crawl through wilderness. He had returned to the world of men, not only with his body intact, but with a memory sharpened by pain and a name fixed firmly in his mind. John Fitzgerald. But before he found Fitzgerald, there was someone else, Jim Bridger, the younger of the two who had left him behind. When Glass caught up with Bridger, he found not a hardened enemy, but a boy barely grown, quiet and guilt-ridden. Bridger had been about 19 years old at the time of the attack. Many sources suggest he had acted under Fitzgerald's influence, fearful and uncertain, and not yet shaped by the strength of his own judgment. When Glass confronted him, it wasn't with anger, but with understanding, perhaps even pity. He let Bridger go. There was no shouting, no punishment, just the quiet weight of a choice made, and the consequence of having lived with it. Bridger, of course, would go on to become one of the most respected mountain men of his time. But he would always carry the memory of that season, of the man they had buried too soon. As for Fitzgerald, the confrontation was more complex. Glass eventually tracked him to a U.S. Army post where Fitzgerald had enlisted. By this time, Glass had regained some strength, perhaps even recovered his rifle, or one like it. The story of his survival had grown in the telling, and so had the anticipation of what he might do when he found the man who had taken everything from him. But when he arrived at the post and found Fitzgerald, Glass faced a boundary even deeper than betrayal: the law. Fitzgerald was now a soldier in the U.S. Army, and under military regulation, Glass could not legally harm a serving member of the armed forces without consequence, regardless of what had passed between them. So, once again, he made a choice. He did not kill him. He confronted him, yes, demanded the return of his stolen rifle, and gave him a full measure of his silent condemnation. But he did not take vengeance, whether it was restraint, legality, or something deeper. The man who had crawled hundreds of miles to survive walked away. In the world of frontier legend, this moment often becomes blurred. Some retellings add anger and threats, or claim the confrontation ended differently. But the clearest records we have say this: Hugh Glass did not seek revenge. He sought resolution. And when the moment came, he did not raise his hand. He simply looked, spoke, and turned back to the trail. It was perhaps the most powerful decision he made. A man who had every reason to lash out chose instead to keep moving forward, not because he had to, but because he had already endured more than any man should. And in that choice, Glass became something more than a survivor. He became a symbol, not of rage, but of resilience. Long after the wounds had healed and the trail had faded behind him, Hugh Glass's story began to travel on its own. In fur trading camps, around fires under open skies, and in distant towns where trappers gathered to barter goods, his name was spoken with quiet reverence. The man who had faced down a grizzly and crawled over 200 miles with nothing but his will. That story was passed from voice to voice, growing with each telling. But even as the legend expanded, the real Glass returned to a quieter life. He went back to the wilderness, not as a hero, but as a trapper once more. He joined further expeditions, traveled with companies that knew the sharp edge of the frontier, and continued to live by the skills that had kept him alive before the bear and after. There was no book contract, no audience, just the familiar rhythm of open country and the call of rivers and forests. Still, the story could not be contained. In 1825, just 2 years after his crawl to Fort Kiowa, a version of Glass's ordeal appeared in print, a stylized account written by James Hall, published in a popular frontier magazine. From there, the tale took on a life of its own. Details were sharpened or softened. Some versions told of revenge carried out. Others added drama, dialogue, or danger not found in the original accounts. Glass became a symbol of rugged American perseverance, a man whose body had been broken, but whose spirit refused to yield. Over the decades, as the frontier myth grew, his name appeared in ballads, novels, and campfire tales. Each retelling polished the story like a stone in a river, smoothing some edges, exaggerating others, and slowly turning man into myth. He wasn't famous in his lifetime, not in the way modern fame understands it, but among those who knew the wild, the fur trappers, the scouts, the early explorers, his name lingered. And even now, nearly 2 centuries later, the story of Hugh Glass still finds its way into the quiet corners of our memory, not as a tale of revenge or conquest, but as a soft, steady reminder of what a human being can survive when all that remains is the will to take the next breath, and then the next. Glass did not vanish after his famous crawl. He did not retire into comfort or step into the pages of history as a man finished with hardship. Instead, he returned to what he had always known: the wilderness, the rivers, the open country that shaped him. For the rest of his life, he continued to trap and trade along the frontier. He roamed through what are now the Dakotas, Montana, and Wyoming, walking familiar trails and forging new ones, his name quietly respected by those who shared that rough and changing world. He was not a man drawn to cities or to talk of what he had done. There is no record of him seeking fame or telling his story for applause. He seemed content to remain as he had been, watchful, quiet, and deeply connected to the land beneath his feet. In the year 1833, roughly a decade after the grizzly attack, Hugh Glass met his end, not in solitude, but in an ambush. He was traveling near the Yellowstone River, likely with a small party of trappers, when he was killed in a confrontation with Arikara warriors, a group with whom tensions had remained high since earlier expeditions. He was around 50 years old. His body, as far as we know, was not recovered. His grave, if one was ever made, lies somewhere unknown, perhaps by a riverbank, or beneath a canopy of cottonwood trees, or perhaps, as the legends sometimes suggest, the wilderness simply took him back. But the story he left behind remained. Not just the crawl, not just the bear, but something deeper, the idea that a man, broken and alone, could rise again, not with fury, but with quiet, unshakable purpose. Hugh Glass became a part of the landscape he had traveled, spoken of in the hush of campfire tales, remembered by scouts and storytellers alike. And over the generations, his name moved outward, beyond the frontier, into books, into song, into the corners of history that still echo with footsteps through tall grass and quiet woods. The world is often loud, but Glass's story reminds us that some of the greatest acts of courage are done in silence, in pain, and in the soft rhythm of a soul that simply keeps going. And so, as we close our eyes tonight, we remember Hugh Glass, not for what he conquered, but for what he endured, and for how deeply he reminds us of what it means to survive. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. Until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from, or make a request for a future episode. And if you like what you hear, please consider liking and subscribing. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Alexander Selkirk, a Scottish sailor and privateer who found himself marooned alone on a deserted island for over 4 years. His extraordinary tale of survival is widely believed to have inspired Robinson Crusoe, the iconic castaway in Daniel Defoe's classic novel. Selkirk was not born for quiet shores. In the late 1600s, as the world of maritime exploration, trade, and privateering surged across the Atlantic and into the Pacific, young men with restless blood and a hunger for something beyond the familiar took to the sea. Selkirk was one of them. Headstrong, impulsive, and drawn toward danger like a moth to flame. In 1703, he signed aboard the Cinque Ports, a privateering vessel bound for South America, part of a rickety flotilla skirting the edge of legality as it preyed on Spanish treasure ships. But tensions flared, and when the ship dropped anchor near a lonely island off the coast of what is now Chile, Selkirk made a fateful decision. He demanded to be left behind, believing the ship too unsound to sail. Whether it was stubborn pride or sound judgment, his shipmates granted his wish and sailed away. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we reflect not on the isolation of that experience, but on the way Selkirk came to know himself within it, how the stillness of a faraway island revealed an unshakable resilience, and how that long silence continues to echo in stories of adventure and survival to this day. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's journey softly now, step by step, through the quiet island days of Alexander Selkirk, a castaway not lost, but found in the heart of solitude. The sea breeze that swept through the village of Lower Largo carried with it the salt of distant horizons, and on certain days, when the tides shifted just so, young Alexander would find himself staring out across the Firth of Forth, not at what lay before him, but at what might lie beyond. Born in 1676 to a family of cobblers and tanners, Selkirk had little reason to believe his life would be anything other than ordinary. But something stirred within him, a restlessness, quiet but insistent. He quarreled often, not just with his brothers, but with local authorities too. Sharp-tempered and stubborn, Alexander was no stranger to the feel of discipline or the disapproving eyes of the Kirk session. And so, while many of his peers chose trades and steadiness, Alexander looked instead toward the open sea. It was a time of privateers, men who walked the fine line between sanctioned plunder and piracy. The oceans were alive with opportunity and peril, especially for those willing to serve under a captain's flag in search of Spanish silver or foreign spice. For Selkirk, it was a chance to leave behind the cold stone streets of home and chase something he couldn't quite name. Glory, perhaps, or maybe just freedom. In 1703, when word came that a new privateering expedition was being outfitted in England, Alexander signed on without hesitation. The venture was backed by the English crown, given leave to prey upon Spanish ships in the name of Queen and country. It promised danger, yes, but also the kind of open skies and endless water that called so deeply to men like him. The ship was the Cinque Ports, a modest vessel crewed by rough hands and ambitious minds. Its companion was the St. George, commanded by the renowned and often polarizing Captain William Dampier. Together, these two ships would sail from England down along the west coast of Africa, around Cape Horn, and into the vast Pacific. Their mission: disrupt Spanish trade, take prizes, and return home laden with riches. But that was the map on paper. The reality would prove far more complicated. As the Cinque Ports creaked into the swell of open waters, Selkirk stood at the rails, hair tangled with salt, eyes scanning the pale horizon. He was not yet a castaway, not yet a legend, not yet the man he would become. For now, he was simply a sailor with a restless spirit, aboard a ship bound for glory or ruin, perhaps both. The journey had begun, and with it, a quiet unraveling, one that would lead, step by patient step, to the solitude of an island, and a place in the quieter corners of history. The sails of the Cinque Ports unfurled like pale wings against the morning sky, catching the wind with a low, contented sigh. Beneath them, the ship groaned softly, her timbers old, her hull weathered, yet eager to move forward. It was late in 1703, and the voyage had begun in earnest. Selkirk, now a sailing master aboard the vessel, kept his thoughts guarded and his eyes open. He wasn't new to the ways of the sea, but this voyage felt different. The mood was taut, held between ambition and unease. Aboard the St. George, Dampier's reputation loomed large. A brilliant navigator, yes, but erratic, and given to grim moods. The Cinque Ports sailed under the command of Thomas Stradling, a young captain eager to prove himself, though still green in experience. The two men did not see eye to eye, and their crews soon mirrored that friction. The journey southward was long, hugging the African coast before making the treacherous run around Cape Horn. There, in the southernmost latitudes, the two ships were battered by cruel winds and towering waves. The ocean grew iron-grey and merciless, masts strained, rations spoiled. Men clung to ropes with numb fingers, praying through clenched teeth. It was during these weeks of struggle that Alexander began to notice signs, small, almost forgettable moments that spoke of trouble ahead. The Cinque Ports was taking on water more often than it should. Her seams leaked, her hull moaned. Repairs were constant, patching up the wounded vessel with tar and prayer. And yet the voyage pressed on. Once around the Horn, the Pacific opened up like a vast sigh. Warmer winds, calmer seas, and yet no less dangerous. Spanish settlements dotted the South American coast, and privateering now began in earnest. The crews captured a few ships, though not nearly the prizes they'd hoped for. There were quarrels over shares, whispered complaints about the fairness of command, and frequent illnesses that spread through the hammocks like fog through the rigging. Alexander, for his part, remained diligent. He took no joy in the politics of the expedition, but watched it all carefully, quietly. Stradling grew more irritable, Dampier grew more distant, and all the while, the ship beneath them creaked. By the time they reached the Juan Fernandez Islands, a lonely cluster of volcanic peaks off the coast of Chile, the Cinque Ports was in a poor state. Her provisions were low. Her hull had been weakened further. Men grumbled in the shade of canvas sails, exhausted and thin. And there, on the shore of one particular island, known then simply as Mazatierra, Selkirk made his fateful decision, one not born of rashness, but of careful calculation, perhaps even foresight. But for now, the Cinque Ports rocked gently in the bay, the sea calm, the island quiet. No one yet imagined how far this detour would echo. The morning was still, the sky a soft wash of pale blue, as the Cinque Ports floated at anchor just off the coast of Mazatierra. The island itself rose out of the sea like something half forgotten. Steep cliffs cloaked in green, trees swaying gently in the warm breeze, and the distant sound of waves folding themselves onto an empty shore. Alexander stood at the water's edge, his boots damp with sea spray. Behind him, a quiet standoff was unfolding. After months of hardship and failing rigging, Selkirk had grown certain of one thing. The Cinque Ports was no longer seaworthy. The hull, he believed, had been too poorly repaired, and the ship, pushed hard and mended often, would not survive another leg of the voyage. He made his case to Captain Stradling, firmly, repeatedly, and when his warnings went unheeded, he made an extraordinary demand. He asked to be left behind. At first, the crew laughed. No man in his right mind would choose exile, even temporary, over the thin hope of reaching richer shores. But Selkirk was resolute. He'd rather survive alone than perish in another storm, or sink beneath Spanish cannon fire. Perhaps he thought his protest would force Stradling's hand, make the captain reconsider the ship's condition. But if so, it backfired. Stradling, annoyed and prideful, granted Selkirk's request with cold finality. Supplies were gathered, a musket, some powder, a cooking pot, a few tools, clothing, bedding, and his cherished Bible. Then, with little ceremony, he was rowed ashore. Selkirk watched as the boat pulled away, the oars dipping rhythmically, growing smaller with each stroke. He may have expected, or at least hoped, for a change of heart, that someone would shout, wave, return. But the sea remained quiet. The Cinque Ports raised anchor that afternoon, her sails filling with the light breeze. Selkirk stood on the sand as the ship that had carried him across oceans slipped out of sight, leaving him with only the whisper of waves and the shifting cries of seabirds. In that moment, the enormity settled upon him. The island was beautiful, yes, fertile, rich with wild goats and cool springs, but it was also silent. There would be no trade winds, no friendly ports, no voices but his own. Days would be measured not in bells and watches, but in sunrises and seasons. At first, he made camp near the shoreline, building a simple shelter with palm branches and driftwood, but the nights brought strange cries from feral cats and rats nipped at his stores, he moved inland to higher ground, where the breezes were clearer and the land more defensible. In his earliest days alone, he felt the weight of regret like a stone in his chest. The choice had been his, a sober, reasoned one, but the consequences were harder to carry. Still, each morning brought light, and with it, something like resolve. Selkirk began to walk the island, to learn its shape, its offerings, its dangers. He listened, he watched, he waited, and somewhere inside him, the sea's restlessness began to change, not into stillness, but into something quieter, something steady. The island was green and rugged, rising steeply from the sea, like a ship frozen in time. It was about 15 miles long, a cradle of volcanic stone and soft winds, dotted with dense woods and hidden streams that ran cool and clear through the underbrush. Selkirk, now alone on this forgotten shore, woke each day with the soft stirrings of nature. The rhythm of ship life, the bells, the calls, the clatter of deckwork was gone. In its place, there was only the hush of trees swaying gently, the chatter of birds unseen, and the slow, steady lap of waves against rock. Those first days were marked by a strange quiet, not just the absence of people, but the absence of direction. Selkirk had been cast ashore with a musket, a small cache of powder and shot, a hatchet, a knife, a Bible, and some bedding. He set about building a shelter along the beach, something simple but serviceable. Branches lashed together with twine made from bark, thatched over with broad leaves. A place to sleep, a place to think. But the shoreline proved less hospitable than it seemed. The rats, descendants of those left behind by old Spanish ships, came at night, bold and persistent. Feral cats stalked the shadows, their eyes catching the moonlight. Selkirk's food stores were not safe, nor was his sleep. He soon realized he would need to move inland. Carrying what he could, he ventured higher into the island's heart. There, he found groves of pepper trees and cabbage palms, and hills where wild goats roamed freely. These goats, likely left by earlier explorers, became his lifeline, providing milk, meat, and hides. With careful patience, he learned to stalk them barefoot across the island's slopes, fashioning snares from vines and eventually running them down with practiced skill. Fresh water was plentiful, and wild turnips, berries, and coastal herbs filled out his diet. In time, the land revealed itself as both generous and demanding, a place where every comfort had to be earned. Selkirk fashioned tools from stone, hollowed tree trunks into cooking vessels, and repaired his clothing with needles made from bone and thread pulled from his own garments. He tanned goat hides for new shoes. He reinforced his inland shelter with heavier timber, carving a cave-like refuge against the rains and winds that swept through during storms. At night, he read aloud from his Bible, not for salvation perhaps, but for the sound of a human voice, even if it was only his own. The verses gave rhythm to the silence, something to hold on to when the vastness of solitude pressed close. He kept count of the days by notching marks into wood, though over time the tally lost its urgency. There was no clock to keep, no ship to wait for. just the slow passage of light and shadow, growth and decay. He was alone, but not undone. And in those first quiet weeks, as the routines took hold and the panic faded, something unexpected began to settle in. Not peace exactly, not yet, but a kind of understanding that life here would not be measured by the noise of ambition or the chatter of crowds, but by the quiet skill of endurance. The island had once seemed vast and unknowable, a wild place of steep ridges, tangled forests, and unfamiliar sounds in the night. But as the months passed, Selkirk began to chart it, not with maps or compasses, but with memory, instinct, and the slow, patient tread of repetition. He learned where the goats grazed and where they drank, tracking their movements through the dew-soaked grass before dawn. He would rise early and move barefoot, quietly, blending into the land. Over time, his pursuit sharpened, and with it, his self-reliance. He no longer relied on his dwindling gunpowder. Instead, he caught the animals with hand-fashioned snares or outran them on foot, a feat made possible by the tough leather shoes he had crafted from goat hide and sewn with bone needles. From their skins, he made garments. From their meat, he dried strips of jerky beneath the sun. The goats became not just a source of sustenance, but of rhythm. Their presence gave each day structure. Something to do, something to prepare for, something to carry forward. Shelter, too, evolved. The makeshift lean-tos of his first days gave way to more permanent dwellings. He built 2 huts on a gentle rise overlooking the wooded interior, one for sleeping, the other for working and storage. Their walls were made of woven branches, reinforced with clay and lined with hides to keep the wind out. The roofs were thatched thick with palm leaves. A bed of soft grass and woven mats made his rest more comfortable. He began to collect useful stones, shaping each of them into knives, hammers, and grindstones. In time, he even crafted a simple chair and table, not out of indulgence, but out of need for structure and dignity. He wasn't just surviving now. He was living, shaping a life that suited the landscape, rather than fearing it. Wild turnips, cabbage palms, and pepper berries formed the bulk of his diet, seasoned with what herbs he could find along the shore. He learned to preserve his food with smoke and sun, timing his preparations to the patterns of rain and wind. Rainwater was collected in hollowed logs and coconut shells. His cooking pot, among the few items left to him from the ship, remained one of his most valued possessions. He became his own physician too. When ill, he turned to native remedies, roots brewed into teas, berries chewed for strength. There were stings, cuts, fevers, and deep aches that passed with time and patience. Each small recovery felt like a quiet triumph. Days began to flow, not in isolation, but in purpose. His body grew lean and strong, his senses sharpened. He could tell the hour by the way the shadows shifted on the cliffs, or forecast a storm by the sudden silence of birds. And with the work came something quieter, deeper, a sense of contentment. He was not lost. He was rooted. The island no longer felt like a prison. It had become a companion, wild and stubborn, yes, but one he had come to know intimately. Where others might have gone mad in the silence, Selkirk found steadiness. Through the hard work of building, hunting, and listening, he carved a life that was not merely endured, but owned. Time, in the world Selkirk had left behind, was measured in bells, calendars, and the turning of tides driven by human need. But here, alone on Mother Tierra, time softened. It slipped its edges, became slower, rounder. A rhythm guided by the land, the seasons, and the quiet unfolding of each new day. As the first year passed into the second, Selkirk no longer marked days with notches or tracked weeks with care. He lived by signs in the natural world, the flowering of a certain tree, the return of nesting birds, the thinning of the goats' coats before the rains. The island had become his calendar, and he read it not with urgency, but with quiet familiarity. There were long, golden months of calm, when the skies remained clear and the seas lay still, like glass cradling the edge of the world. These were times of plenty, when the goats were easy to track, the berries ripe, and his shelters dry and warm. He would wake with the sun and climb to his lookout on a high ridge, sitting with his back against the stone, watching the horizon. He still hoped for sails, but no longer longed for them. Then came the wet seasons, where thick rains rolled over the island in sheets, drumming softly on palm thatch and turning the paths to ribbons of mud. During those months, he stayed nearer his huts, repairing tools and mending garments. He knew much of it by heart now, and the sound of his own voice, steady and low, became as much a part of the island as the winds or the trees. There were times, too, when solitude pressed heavier, not with panic, but with a deep, aching quiet. Birthdays came and went without remark. Dreams of family flickered in sleep, only to fade with the morning mist. But in those moments, Selkirk turned not to despair, but to routine. The act of doing, building, hunting, preparing, gave shape to days that might otherwise have been lost. He spoke less, even to himself, but he listened more, to the rustle of wind through leaves, to the clatter of stones disturbed by distant hooves, to the low thrum of his own heartbeat when he sat still. In the absence of conversation, he had come to understand something rare, the sound of his own mind settling into peace. There was no audience, no judgment, no one to impress or disappoint. And so, in this space between memory and survival, Selkirk began to reshape himself, less defined by the man he had been at sea, and more by the man he had become on land. The island, wild and indifferent, had not broken him, it had refined him. Years passed this way, quiet and steady. Hair grew long, skin darkened by sun and salt. His hands, once calloused from rope, now bore the marks of stone, bark, and hide, and his soul, once restless and raw, had settled into something slower, something durable. He had become, in every way that mattered, a part of the island, not its master, but its companion. It was a warm afternoon when Selkirk first saw them, sails, pale and ghost-like, drifting along the horizon. They seemed impossibly far off, and for a moment he thought they might be clouds. But no. The shape was too clean, too deliberate. His heart stirred with sudden urgency. He scrambled from his hillside perch, heart racing, legs sure-footed from years of climbing these paths. Down to the shore he ran, arms waving, calling out into the wide, indifferent air. He lit a fire with trembling hands, feeding it dry brush and palm fronds, until the smoke rose high and dark. But the ship never turned. Whether they hadn't seen him or had chosen not to investigate, he would never know. The sails faded westward, leaving nothing behind but the whisper of possibility. He stood long after they were gone, the smoke of his signal fire curling lazily into the afternoon sky. Then, slowly, he returned to the hills, not in despair, but with a quiet sort of acceptance. It happened again and again. On 3, perhaps 4, separate occasions over the years, Selkirk spotted passing ships. Sometimes they were distant and ghost-like, barely more than a glint against the sea. Other times they were closer, enough that he could make out the sweep of the hull, the flutter of rigging. He always tried, always signaled. Fires were built, bright and tall. He shouted, waved garments from the cliffs, sent his hopes arcing like arrows across the water. But no ship ever came for him. One of them, he later suspected, may have been Spanish, and had they seen him, they might not have rescued him at all. A Scottish privateer, marooned or not, would not have found mercy in the hands of Spain. He knew enough of war and its politics to understand that sometimes being seen could be more dangerous than being forgotten. So he continued to wait, not idly, but with a practiced patience. The hope of rescue remained, not as a desperate longing, but as a quiet thread woven through his days. He did not let it rule him. He lived as if no ship would ever come. But still, he watched the sea, and it watched him back. Each vanishing sail left behind a stillness that stretched for days, but the island, ever impartial, offered no comfort nor judgment, just the soft return of routine, tending to the goats, repairing the roof, foraging near the shore. Hope, on the island, had learned to be silent. It did not shout any more. It whispered, like the wind in the grass, constant but calm. Selkirk, too, had changed. His longing for rescue no longer came from fear of the island, but from a deep curiosity. What remained out there? What had become of the world he'd left, of Lower Largo, of the men who had once sailed with him? The answers drifted always just beyond the horizon. It had been years since he had last heard another human voice. Years of solitude, of quiet days among the goats and pepper trees, of firelight prayers spoken into the hush of evening. The island had become a companion, a place of peace, but also of vigilance. And one morning, as he walked along a narrow path he knew well, something shifted. In the soft earth near a stream, he saw them, footprints, not his. The shape was unmistakable, the deep heel, the deliberate press of toes, larger than his own and newer than the morning's dew. Selkirk froze, the old instincts of caution and alertness stirring to life once more. His solitude, which had for so long been unbroken, was now pierced by something unknown. He crouched low, listening. The forest gave nothing away. Birds still sang, the leaves still rustled, but the stillness now held tension, like the breath before a storm. He backtracked quickly, moving with silent steps up to a familiar ridge. There, he concealed himself beneath low branches and scanned the coastline. Below, on a rocky cove, he saw them, a group of men, 4, maybe 5, unloading a boat. They bore weapons. Their speech, carried faintly on the wind, was not English. They were Spanish. Whether they had come to gather fresh water or to scout the island, Selkirk could not say, but he knew their kind. Spanish ships still patrolled these waters, and privateers like himself were considered little more than pirates. If he were discovered, he would not be treated as a castaway. He would be taken, or worse. So, quietly and carefully, Selkirk vanished deeper into the island's heart. He had spent the last few years taming this land. Now he used that knowledge to hide within it. He knew which paths were softest underfoot, which caves would muffle sound, which trees could conceal the smoke of a small, hidden fire. He moved only at night, slept in different spots, and left no trace behind. The island that had once held him had now become his refuge, and this time not from loneliness, but from danger. The Spaniards did not stay long. After a few days, they left. Whether satisfied or uneasy, Selkirk never learned. But even after their sails slipped beneath the horizon, the memory lingered. The knowledge that he was not as forgotten as he had once believed. He became more cautious in the months that followed. The wildness of the island returned a little, not in its physical form, but in his thoughts. He had known peace. Now he remembered caution. Not fear exactly, but a sharpening of the senses. The island had always watched him. Now he watched it too. Still, the solitude returned in time. The echo of foreign voices faded, and once again the rhythm of the land became steady. But Selkirk had been reminded the world had not disappeared. It was still out there, vast and unpredictable. And though he remained alone, he was not untouched by its presence. It was in the early months of 1709, more than 4 years since Selkirk had been left behind, when the sails appeared once more on the horizon. He saw them from his ridge, where he often sat in quiet reflection. At first, he squinted into the distance, uncertain if it was a ship or just the sea playing tricks again. But as the form drew closer, he stood. There was something different this time, a steadiness in the course, a shape that held. It was no mirage. And so, as he had before, he raced down the hillside. His legs were strong now, goat-like in their balance. He knew every stone, every root beneath the soil. At the shoreline, he struck flint to tinder and built his fire high. Black smoke curled into the sky, bold and unmistakable. The ship responded. Anchors were dropped. A boat was lowered. The men who stepped ashore that day were English, from a privateering vessel named the Duke, under the command of Woodes Rogers. They came ashore wary, expecting perhaps to find wreckage or an ambush. But instead, they found a man dressed in goatskins, darkened by sun and wind, his beard long and eyes sharp. He greeted them in English, though his voice trembled with disuse. It must have seemed to them a ghost from another world, but Selkirk was real, quiet, composed, though deeply moved. They listened, astonished, as he told his story, how he had lived alone on the island for 4 years, surviving on goats and wild roots, building shelters, crafting tools, keeping time not by calendars, but by the growth of trees and the arc of the stars. The crew of the Duke welcomed him aboard with awe and respect. Rogers, in his journal, would later describe Selkirk as a man clothed in goatskins who spoke with a sense and temper uncommon among sailors. In truth, he had changed. He spoke gently, sparingly. His manner had the calm of someone who no longer feared silence. He moved easily about the ship, but seemed almost to glide, as if still walking among ferns and stone, rather than pitch and deck. As the ship pulled away from the island, the only home he had known for years, Selkirk stood at the rail, watching it recede. There was no cheer, no cry of triumph, just the wind in his hair, the salty scent of sea air, and a long, quiet breath. His return to the world was gradual. He served as a navigator aboard the Duke, his skills still sharp, perhaps even sharpened by the discipline of solitude. He guided them with quiet confidence, earning the respect of officers and crew alike. In the weeks that followed, he slowly began to reacquaint himself with conversation, companionship, and the strange noise of society. But something of the island remained in him, a stillness, a steadiness. He had been alone, yes, but never undone. And now, at long last, the horizon no longer held him captive. It moved beneath him once more, wide and open, a path not of exile, but of return. Alexander Selkirk returned to Britain not as a celebrity, but as a curiosity, a quiet man with a quiet tale, told in low tones to those who would listen. His story spread in taverns and seaports, in pamphlets, and among naval men. A sailor marooned for years on a deserted island, surviving through patience and calm endurance. He had no flair for dramatics, no interest in selling his tale, and yet it took on a life of its own. Writers began to retell the story, each version embroidered a little more than the last. The solitude deepened, the dangers grew sharper, the man grew taller in recollection than he ever stood in life. But even as the tale passed from hand to hand, there remained a core of truth that no fiction could fully disguise. In 1719, 10 years after the rescue, a writer named Daniel Defoe published a novel titled Robinson Crusoe. It bore striking resemblance to the castaway's true ordeal, though shaded with invention. The character stayed nearly 3 decades alone, built fortresses in the wild, and fought off hostile visitors. It was a tale shaped more for thrill than for truth. Still, at its quiet center was something unmistakable. The soul of a man reshaped by silence, strengthened by solitude. The seed of the story had been planted on that distant island, where endurance had grown not from spectacle, but from simplicity. Defoe had drawn deeply, whether knowingly or not, from the life of Alexander Selkirk. Back in Scotland, the returning sailor found it difficult to readjust. He walked the streets of Lower Largo once more, but the lanes felt narrower, the voices more distant. The village had changed. Or perhaps it was he who had changed. Eventually, he took to the sea again, not as a lost man, but as one with knowledge few others possessed. He served in the Royal Navy with quiet confidence, no longer chasing anything, only fulfilling what remained of the life the ocean had left him. He served quietly, respectably, but the island had marked him. Those who met him in later years noted something steady in his presence, a stillness behind his eyes, not haunted, not broken, just aware. A man who had known what it was to live without time, without voice, and who had returned with something stronger than fame. In 1721, while aboard HMS Weymouth off the coast of West Africa, Selkirk died of yellow fever. He was buried at sea, the waves folding over him one last time. No monument marked the spot, no grand farewell, just the hush of water and the rhythm of tide. And yet, in the centuries since, his story has endured. He is remembered not just as the man who inspired a novel, but as a figure of quiet fortitude, someone who met the harshest kind of solitude, not with despair, but with calm invention. A man who built a world from almost nothing and who left it, not by rescue, but by readiness. His island, now called Robinson Crusoe Island, still rises from the Pacific, windswept and green, silent under the stars. And somewhere in that silence, the memory of Alexander Selkirk still lingers. Not loud, not demanding, but steady as stone and soft as sleep. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. Until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from, or make a request for a future episode. And if you like what you hear, please consider liking and subscribing. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the haunting tale of Jacob Waltz, better known as the Dutchman, a solitary prospector whose secretive life gave rise to one of the greatest unsolved legends of the American West, a hidden gold mine whose wealth and whereabouts remain shrouded in mystery. For more than a century, whispers have drifted through the dusty, arid winds of the Arizona desert, carrying tales of an elusive treasure concealed deep within the rugged folds of the Superstition Mountains. Rumors spoke of gold so pure and plentiful that even seasoned miners found themselves astonished by its brilliance. At the center of these stories stood Jacob Waltz, a quiet, enigmatic figure who lived on the outskirts of town. During the winter, Waltz would vanish into the mountains, only to return with saddlebags heavy with gold of astonishing purity. Waltz never revealed his path. He left no map, and those who attempted to follow him often disappeared without a trace. He guarded his secret closely, speaking of it to no one, until the very end. As his life drew to a close, Waltz entrusted some of his secrets to a young man named Dick Holmes. This ignited a legacy of treasure seekers who dedicated their lives, or even sacrificed them, to the endless pursuit of a wondrous, hidden fortune. This story isn't just about an elusive treasure. It's about the enduring mystery of America's most famous lost mine, a legend that has survived gunfighters, treasure hunters, scholars, and adventurers alike. So settle in, take a deep breath, and journey gently now into the quiet shadows and desert whispers, following the footsteps of the Dutchman, Jacob Waltz. Arriving in the Arizona Territory in the 1860s, Waltz was lean and quiet. He was alone. He spoke little, but his accent betrayed him. Not Dutch as many believed, but German. His surname Waltz often softened in speech, until the locals called him the Dutchman. The name stuck. It suited him somehow. Foreign, distant, and hard to pin down. He settled on the outskirts of Phoenix, a dusty frontier town not yet tamed by time or law. He built a modest home, grew a small garden, and made just enough conversation to pass for another tired old prospector. But Jacob Waltz was different. Each winter, as the air cooled and the rains softened the land, he would vanish, alone, no fanfare, no announcement, just a pack mule, some provisions, and a slow ride east toward the Superstition Mountains, a place the local Apache had long held sacred, and others feared for different reasons. Stories clung to those peaks like mist. Men went in and didn't come out. Waltz always came back, and when he did, he brought gold. Not flakes or dust, but solid veins embedded in quartz, thick and heavy, so rich in purity it shimmered unnaturally in the sun. Those who saw it said it was nearly 1/3 gold by weight, an impossibly rich yield, unlike anything found in the region before. But no one could say where it came from. He never brought back maps, He never said a word about where he'd been. He lived frugally, never spent wildly, and never gave reason for suspicion. And yet, the gold kept coming. Shopkeepers whispered. Assayers widened their eyes. A few tried to follow him, but he always vanished into the hills, then reappeared weeks or months later, calm as ever, with just enough gold to keep himself comfortable for another season. To the townspeople, he was a curiosity, a local oddity. To the other prospectors, he was something more. Proof that somewhere in those mountains, somewhere among the buttes and ravines and ancient stone, was a mine so valuable it could change a man's life forever. Waltz never said a word to confirm it, but he never denied it either. He simply lived, as if he was keeping something at bay. There was no family, no companions, only one woman, Julia Thomas, a local shopkeeper who spoke his language and seemed to have earned his trust. They were seen together from time to time, quiet conversations, shared glances, but even she never claimed to know where he went. He grew older, but he did not slow down. Year after year, he returned to the mountains, drawn like a moth to some unseen flame, and each time he returned a little more tired and a little more burdened. Those who saw him up close noticed it in his eyes, not fear exactly, but something colder, something he carried with him, like the weight of a story never told, a secret perhaps, or a memory. And behind it all, a gold mine that no one could prove existed. And yet, somehow, everyone believed was real. There are stories that feel like legend from the very beginning, too large, too strange, too perfectly hidden to be real. But for Jacob Waltz, the story of the mine wasn't myth, it was memory. He had found it years earlier, during one of his many ventures into the Superstition Mountains. The year was 1877, and Waltz had been prospecting far into the rugged folds of the Arizona wilderness. He was alone, as always, searching the high washes and hidden ravines, where gold might hide beneath layers of volcanic rock and time. That part of the range was wild even by frontier standards. No maps, no trails, only shifting landmarks and the silence of the high desert wind. One day, his search was cut short. He was ambushed, perhaps by Apache warriors, perhaps by bandits. Accounts vary, and Waltz never spoke of it clearly. What is certain is that he escaped, injured and desperate, stumbling blindly through the rocky desert in search of water, food, and shelter. And that was when he found the footprints. Boot prints, not moccasins, proof of other men nearby. He followed them through a winding canyon until he came upon a small camp tucked in the shadow of the hills. 3 Mexican miners had pitched a fire, and they welcomed him cautiously. In their tired conversation, they spoke of what they had found, a thick vein of gold, so rich it was almost too much to believe. They showed it to him, and that was the moment everything changed. What Waltz saw was extraordinary. The ore was unlike anything he'd encountered in decades of prospecting, heavy with visible gold, running thick through white quartz, with veins as wide as his forearm. In today's terms, it would have been worth millions. To a man like Waltz, alone and hardened, it wasn't just fortune, it was fate. What happened next, no one can say for certain, but he returned from the mountains alone. The other men were never seen again. The canyon they had spoken of, lost to memory, never mapped, and never found by another soul. Wallace had not just discovered the mine, he had claimed it, and he would guard it the rest of his life. He never mined it openly, never filed a claim. He returned each winter and worked it in secret, slowly, methodically, taking only what he could carry out quietly. He was careful never to draw attention, never to leave obvious trails. He buried signs, altered paths, and worked by moonlight when needed. He told no one where it was, but each season he returned with just enough gold to keep his small life afloat, just enough to make others wonder, just enough to make men whisper. To Wallace, the mine was more than a source of wealth. It was a possession, a secret earned through hardship, blood, and silence. He had taken it for himself, and in doing so, he had severed any hope of sharing it. To speak of it was to invite others, and to him, that was unthinkable. He became more isolated, more guarded. He took fewer chances and trusted no one, not even those who showed him kindness. The mine had given him everything he needed, but it had also become something else, a burden. The deeper he kept it hidden, the more it seemed to possess him in return. It was his alone, but he knew that wouldn't last forever. And when his time came, as all men's time does, he would have to choose whether to take the secret with him or leave behind a trail for someone willing to bear the same weight. Years passed, and Jacob Wallace became a fixture in Phoenix, a familiar figure with an unfamiliar life. He was often seen walking the edge of town, his gait stiff with age, his clothes plain and sun-bleached. He spoke little, kept to himself, and lived in a modest adobe home, shaded by a small mesquite tree. To the casual eye, he looked like every other aging prospector who hadn't struck it rich. But Wallace had struck it rich, very rich, and he had done it alone. He kept his gold hidden, not in banks or beneath floorboards, but in the rhythms of his life. A quiet purchase here, a loan repaid in heavy ore there. The samples he brought in for trade were unlike any seen in the territory. Flecked with gold so pure, it barely needed refining. Assayers who examined it often looked up in disbelief, but no one could get close to him. Over time, a few tried. Shopkeepers, traders, and fellow miners would ask about his source. He'd smile faintly, offer nothing, and move on. He had become a man of riddles, not because he enjoyed mystery, but because he had no room for risk. His secret was too large to share. Still, one woman stood apart from the rest. Julia Thomas ran a small shop in town, an ice cream and oyster parlor of all things, a rarity in the harsh desert heat. She was a capable woman, independent and resilient, and she spoke German, Wallace's native tongue. In a town full of strangers, this gave her a foothold, and in time, a kind of connection formed between them. Wallace trusted her, at least a little, enough to speak freely now and then, enough to accept her care when his strength began to wane. Whether friendship or something gentler, their bond was one of the few human ties the old man allowed himself. And then came the flood. In the spring of 1891, a massive rainstorm swept through Phoenix, turning the dry washes into surging rivers. Homes were destroyed, livestock drowned. Half the town was swept away, including the modest shack Waltz had called home. He was found afterward, cold and frail, his belongings scattered or lost. Julia took him in, setting up a cot in the back room of her shop, offering him warmth, food, and silence. But the flood had done more than take his house. It had taken his health. Waltz grew weaker by the day. His breathing thinned. The light behind his eyes began to dim. And still, he said nothing of the mine. Out in town, a quiet urgency began to spread. Those who had long suspected Waltz of hoarding a secret now wondered if he might die without ever revealing it. Some believed he had shared the location with Julia. Others believed he'd taken it to the grave already, locked behind weathered lips. But one man still watched from the edges, a man who had once tried to follow Waltz into the hills, a man who remembered a campfire story from years earlier about a mysterious old miner and a gold mine deep in the superstitions. That man was Dick Holmes, and as Waltz's strength ebbed in the back room of Julia's shop, Dick waited, not for gold, not for fame, but for a chance to hear the truth, before the mountain reclaimed it forever. It was October of 1891, and the Dutchman was fading. Jacob Waltz lay still in the quiet back room of Julia Thomas's shop, wrapped in a rough blanket, a single candle flickering against the wall. His breath came thin, ragged at times, as though each exhale might be his last. Outside, the town of Phoenix moved on. Wagons clattered down dirt streets, horses drank from muddy troughs, and the desert sun warmed the rooftops. But inside, time had slowed. Word had spread that Waltz was dying. Julia had done all she could, given him shelter, warmth, and a place to rest, but she couldn't be at his side forever. So one morning, when the old man took a sudden turn, she slipped outside to fetch a doctor. And that's when Dick Holmes appeared. Perhaps it was coincidence. Perhaps he had been waiting. Whatever the truth, Julia saw him and asked if he might sit with the old man until she returned. Dick stepped quietly into the room, and for the first time sat face to face with the man he had followed from afar. The man he believed held the key to the most elusive treasure in the American West. He expected instructions, directions, something clear, but instead he received a confession. For nearly an hour, Waltz spoke, slowly, in fragments, often pausing to catch his breath or drift briefly into silence. What emerged was not a map, but a history. He told of a time, years earlier, when he had been stranded in the mountains, hungry, alone, and then, by sheer chance, he'd found a camp, 3 Mexican miners, strangers, who welcomed him cautiously. They had discovered a mine beyond belief, and they showed it to him without fear. What happened after was never spoken plainly, but he returned from those mountains alone. He described the gold, veins nearly 2 feet wide, rich and unbroken, glowing with the weight of fortune. For years he had returned to that place, working it in silence, taking only what he could carry, keeping the secret sealed. But the secret hadn't stayed untouched. One season, 2 soldiers showed up in Phoenix with gold that matched his. Word was, they had found something in the mountains. Waltz went back, and soon, the soldiers were never seen again. There were others. A lone prospector, seen too close to the hidden trail. A nephew from Germany, sent by his sister to help him in his final years. But the old man had grown suspicious. The mine had made him paranoid, isolated, convinced that betrayal would find him if he let his guard down. So he acted. He described dragging the young man's body with a chain, burying him at a place called Agua Escondido, far from where anyone might ever stumble across the grave. And then, with something like resolve, or perhaps surrender, Waltz gestured weakly toward a wooden chest at the foot of the bed. Inside, he said, was the last of his gold, enough to prove that the mine had never been a myth, enough to honor a final request. If Dick were to take the gold, he must promise to send money to Waltz's sister in Germany, not for profit, for peace. The gold had taken many lives. Maybe it could still do some good. Dick agreed. And then, at last, came the directions. A canyon running north to south, a rock shaped like a man's face, a house built of stone. From the entrance to the mine, Waltz said, one could see the tip of Weaver's needle. But from the trail, the mine itself would remain hidden. He was fading fast, and just before Dick could ask the simplest of questions, whether the water in the canyon ran north or south, the old man slipped away. Jacob Waltz, the Dutchman, was gone. He left behind no map, only riddles, and a chest of gold sitting heavy in the corner of the room, glinting with the last light of a secret that had now passed to another. With the Dutchman gone and the gold in hand, Dick Holmes stepped into a story that was no longer just whispered. It was his now. He had listened carefully as the old man unraveled his guarded tale, collecting every hint, every cryptic description, and every fragment of memory Waltz had managed to voice. The directions had been far from exact, but they were all he had. A north-south canyon, a rock shaped like a man's face, a stone house nearby, and the subtle alignment of Weaver's needle, which was just visible from the entrance to the mine, but not from the trail. In the moment, it had felt like enough. But as Dick soon learned, the Superstition Mountains do not give up their secrets easily. He returned again and again to the range, riding through dry washes and stony gulches, scanning the skyline for that distinctive shape, a rock that resembled a man. But out there, everything begins to take on human form under the right light. Every boulder holds a face, every ridge a profile. Nothing stayed still long enough to be certain. Waltz had spoken of a stone house, but time had softened the line between nature and ruin. Crumbling outcroppings resembled shelter, ancient foundations now blurred by erosion. Dick found sites that matched the description nearly, but nearly wasn't enough, and still, he pressed on. He followed what he believed to be the old government trail, one of several carved during the Apache Wars. Waltz had mentioned it, vaguely, but the problem was, there were at least 3 of these old trails, each twisting through different parts of the range. Which one had the Dutchman meant? Dick had chosen one. He couldn't be sure it was the right one. Worse still, he was no longer alone on the trail. The story had begun to spread. Rumors about Waltz's final days, the gold under his bed, and the young man who had sat beside him in those final hours. Some claimed Dick had stolen the gold outright. Others believed he had been given the true directions, and now carried a map in his mind. In a small town, gossip moves faster than horses, and soon Dick realized he was being followed. He would ride into the mountains, only to catch glimpses of others in the distance, riders who stayed just far enough back, campsites that appeared where none had been, the same kind of tracking he himself had once done to the Dutchman, now turned back on him. Sometimes he would abandon the search altogether, turning back to Phoenix before he reached the deep canyons, unwilling to lead anyone else too close. The mine had become a chase within a chase, not only a search for hidden gold, but a battle to keep others from discovering what he might already know. Still, he believed in the trail, and he sought confirmation wherever he could. One clue in particular haunted him: the Dutchman's story of killing his nephew and burying him with a chain around his neck, beneath a shelf of stone at Agua Escondido. So Dick returned there. He walked the ground with quiet precision, remembering the Dutchman's words, searching for any sign that might prove the tale was more than guilt-spun fantasy. And then, beneath a stone overhang, he found it. A grave. Inside he found bones, and wrapped around the remains, rusted but intact, a length of chain. The moment was grim, but it confirmed something vital. The Dutchman hadn't lied. His story, no matter how tangled, had roots in reality. There was truth beneath the superstition, and if that was true, then so was the mine. Dick Holmes returned to the mountains with renewed conviction, but the desert was vast, and time had worn deep into his joints. The clues still danced just beyond reach, and with each season, the journey grew harder. It became clear that if the search were to continue, it would need new legs, a younger man, one who understood the story and carried the same quiet patience. And so, Dick did what the Dutchman had once done before him. He prepared to pass the secret on. The mountains no longer welcomed him. Dick Holmes had spent over a decade tracing the Dutchman's clues, combing the superstition range canyon by canyon, wash by wash. He had seen the desert under moonlight and thundercloud, walked it under stars and punishing sun. But now, his knees had stiffened, his body grown heavy, and the rides he once took with ease had become long and painful. The search had taken something from him, but it had also given him something, a kind of purpose that stretched beyond gold, a connection to the land, to the mystery, to the long thread of fate that had begun the moment he first heard that story by a campfire as a boy. Now it was time to hand it over. He turned to the one person he trusted with the truth, his son. George Brownie Holmes was 16, capable, observant, and already a product of the desert. He had grown up hearing pieces of the story, never the full version, but enough to feel the pull. Now, Dick entrusted him with everything. The original directions spoken by Wallace on his deathbed, the places to begin the search, and most importantly, the quiet knowledge that not all who entered those mountains returned. But Dick didn't just pass along the clues. He passed along his caution. The mine, he explained, was not only hidden, it was watched. Just as Dick had once tracked the Dutchman, and just as he himself had later been followed, Brownie too would be shadowed if he ever got close. The advice was simple, but firm. If he ever found anything, a landmark, a stone house, even the mine itself, he must show no sign. Walk past it, leave it, come back later when it was safe. The weight of this warning settled deep. It wasn't said with fear, it was said with experience. Together, they planned a trip into the mountains, father and son, side by side. But like so many things in this story, the plan frayed. From the moment they rode out, they sensed others on their trail, riders who moved like shadows, camps that appeared where none should be, eyes in the scrub brush, watching. Dick had seen it all before, and so, once again, they turned back. It was the last time Dick Holmes would ride into the superstitions. The mountains had taken their toll. His body could no longer bear the climbs, the heat, the constant sense of being followed. But in his son, the search would continue. Brownie now held the clues, and just as Dick had done before him, he began to walk the lonely path that stretched out into the desert. He took a job at the Quarter Circle U Ranch, nestled deep within the range. It gave him both access and cover. From there, he could ride freely through the canyons as part of his work, observing the land, watching the light, listening for signs. But he was not the only one. The legend of the Dutchman's gold had grown, spreading beyond Arizona. Now, every drifter and cowboy with a pickaxe and a dream had heard the tale, and many came to believe Brownie had something the rest of them didn't. The final clue. Some offered trades, information, rumors, false maps, hoping Brownie might part with one of his own. He listened. Sometimes he nodded, but he gave away nothing of value. One cowboy told him he'd found a rock that looked like a man, just like the one described in Waltz's confession. He wanted to trade locations. Brownie declined. Not long after, the rock was gone. Some said it had been pried loose and thrown into a ravine. Whether out of spite or a desire to keep the secret buried, no one could say for certain. It was one more clue lost to time. But Brownie didn't stop. The mine was still out there, silent, sealed, and waiting. The trail was no longer just his father's. It was now his own. And like his father before him, Brownie would walk that trail for the rest of his life. For a time, the desert grew quiet again. Brownie Holmes kept to his rides through the Superstition Mountains, careful and watchful, always searching, but never speaking too much. He blended in among the cowhands at the Quarter Circle U Ranch, another weathered rider with calloused hands and far-off eyes. But the story never stayed quiet for long. In the summer of 1931, a man arrived in Arizona with something that hadn't been seen before, something dangerous and possibly priceless, a map. His name was Adolph Ruth, and by all appearances, He was an elderly man past his prime, silver-haired, limping, and weary from long travel. But Ruth carried with him what he claimed was a document unlike any other. A map, drawn in Mexico, handed down, he said, from a line of men who once knew the mine's location. To most, it sounded like another tale spun in search of fame. But one detail made people take him seriously. Waltz, according to the legend, had stolen the mine from Mexican miners. If the map was real, it could predate Waltz's silence. It could point directly to the treasure before it ever became a secret. Ruth made his way to the quarter circle U, asking the ranch hands for help reaching the mountains. The cowboys were used to dreamers and gold chasers, but something about Ruth gave them pause. He was open, too open, talking about the map, about the clues, about the mine. He shared his plans freely, unaware that secrecy was often the only thing that kept a man safe in those hills. Brownie Holmes met with Ruth, and the two men talked at length. No one knows exactly what was said, but Brownie later recalled that the conversation lingered on the Dutchman, on the mountains, and on the dangerous attention a man could attract when he claimed to have a map. Summer in the superstitions is no place for the unprepared. The heat alone can undo a man, and Brownie warned him. Others did too, but Ruth would not be turned away. When no one from the ranch would guide him, Ruth hired two lesser-known prospectors and entered the mountains with them. He was never seen alive again. Days passed, then weeks, and finally, in December, 6 months later, a bloodhound led a search party to a spot near a well-traveled trail. There, resting upright in the dust, was a human skull. It was found not hidden, but placed, carefully, some said, as though meant to be seen. The rest of the remains were discovered nearly a mile away, scattered and sun-bleached, as if someone had moved them. The cause of death was officially listed as exposure, with damage attributed to animals. But the skull had two distinct fractures, and the map, the one Ruth had spoken so confidently about, was never recovered. Suspicion turned quickly to the two prospectors who had led him in. They had returned without him, saying little, but with no hard evidence, no charges were brought. The desert had covered its tracks once again. Among Ruth's scattered belongings, a notebook was found. Inside was one final entry, written in Latin, Veni, Vidi, Vici. I came, I saw, I conquered. Beneath it, a cryptic line, 200 feet across from the cave. To some, it was proof. Ruth had found the mine, and someone had stopped him before he could return. To others, it was just a final flourish, a man determined to say he had won, even as the desert claimed him. For Brownie Holmes, it was another reminder, not of gold, but of danger. The mine, if it existed, was no ordinary place. It carried weight, and not every man who sought it would live to tell the tale. The legend had roared back to life. Adolph Ruth's disappearance, the eerie discovery of his skull, the cryptic notebook entries, all of it breathed new fire into a story that had never quite burned out. Newspapers, from coast to coast, picked it up. The lost Dutchman's mine was no longer just Arizona folklore. It had become national obsession. And yet, for Holmes, it was nothing new. He had lived beneath the weight of this mystery since boyhood. He had listened to it through the breath of his father, traced it through ridgelines, chased it through dust and distance, and now, more than ever, he felt its burden grow heavy. In the aftermath of the Ruth incident, the Superstition Mountains were teeming again. Men flooded in with spades and theories, dynamite and half-truths, each one convinced they were the one to finally crack the code. And more than a few of them believed that Brownie Holmes, the son of Dick, the man who sat with Waltz, knew something they didn't. They watched him, followed him. Some tried to befriend him, others tried to manipulate him. But Brownie had learned well. He spoke little, rode alone, and when asked about the mine, he smiled in a way that said nothing. Still, he searched. There were moments of hope. After his father passed in 1933, Brownie reviewed the old clues with fresh eyes, trying to correct what might have been misunderstood. One detail in particular haunted him: the reference to the old government trail. Waltz had mentioned it near the end, but Dick had never been sure which one he meant. There were multiple trails used by the military during the Apache Wars, each winding through the region in its own direction. Dick may have followed the wrong one, so Brownie struck out anew, following a different trail, and one day, something unexpected happened. In a stretch of ground rarely disturbed, the desert winds had blown away a layer of sand. Beneath it, burnt fabric, charred scraps of old clothing, lying just as Waltz had once described. Brownie remembered his father's words, passed from Waltz himself, that one of the victim's belongings had been burned to hide the evidence. It was a grim confirmation. Not far from that spot, Brownie found weathered timbers, unnaturally placed and half buried. Waltz had claimed he'd hidden the mine by building a framework over the shaft, then covering it with rock and sand until it blended perfectly into the landscape. He had even said a mule train could pass over it and never know it was there. Could this be part of it? Even closer still, ruins, a crude structure, ancient perhaps, or merely old. It matched Waltz's reference to a stone house, one of the landmarks supposedly near the mine. It was all close, so close. But then, in 1945, the trail slipped from Brownie's grasp. His horse, startled and wild-eyed, reared and came down hard, crushing his foot beneath its weight. The injury was severe. He would never again ride the high canyons or scramble across the broken terrain. His time in the mountains, like his father's before him, had come to an end. Still, the story had one more chapter to offer him. Unable to search alone, Brownie turned to someone younger, someone he had quietly watched and quietly trusted. He would pass the trail once more, this time not to blood, but to belief. In the long shadows of the Superstition Mountains, where the air turns still and the wind moves like memory through the stone, the Dutchman's secret remains. Jacob Waltz had kept it well, so well in fact, that more than a century later, No one has ever confirmed they've found the mine he once described. Not Dick Holmes, who heard the story firsthand. Not Brownie, who spent decades riding the canyons. Not even Clayton Worst, who may have come closer than anyone. Each found pieces, scorched rags, hidden graves, shaped rock, lost timber, bones beneath stone, and gold, always gold, glinting just enough to keep the dream alive, but never the mine itself. Some say it never existed, that Walt spun a tale from half-truths and hard luck, and that the gold he carried came from somewhere else entirely, stolen, traded, gifted. But those who saw the ore, those who held it, often said otherwise. It was too pure, too unusual, and always the same. Others believe the mine still lies beneath the desert, carefully hidden just as Walt said, beneath a layer of sand and stone, timbers buried deep enough that even the rains could erase every trace. The region has been blasted by dynamite, surveyed by aircraft, scanned by ground-penetrating radar. Men have searched for lifetimes, lost fortunes, lost hope. Some have never come back. Still, the pull remains. The fact that one man, through silence and sheer will, created a mystery so enduring that it has outlived every generation it has touched. Waltz never drew a map, never left a ledger. What he left behind was something more difficult to trace. A story, passed from memory to memory, like a secret just out of reach. Brownie Holmes died in 1980, having spent 72 years of his life searching. Clayton continued after him, moving carefully, never confirming too much. Even now, in the quietest corners of Arizona, there are those who still wander the canyons, watching the light shift across Weaver's Needle, looking for the next sign. A stone out of place, a trail too worn, a whisper from the past. They still search, because the Dutchman's gold has become something more than treasure. It has become a question. What lies hidden beneath our feet? What might we find if we follow the clues left behind by those who lived and died, chasing something they believed in? The answer, like the mine itself, remains buried and waiting. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. Until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from, or make a request for a future episode. And if you like what you hear, please consider liking and subscribing. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Sir Ernest Shackleton, an intrepid explorer who led a band of brave souls toward a feat few had ever dared attempt: a full traverse of Antarctica, the most hostile, icebound continent on Earth. It's 1914. While the rest of the world is slipping into war, far to the south, Shackleton and his men sail into the frozen fog of the unknown, where drifting floes, cracking ice, and the ghostly wails of seabirds are muffled by snow and the white, desolate expanse. As their sturdy ship, Endurance, journeys through the ice, the drifting pack eventually closes around them, crushing the vessel and leaving 28 men stranded on the ice, entirely alone, over 1,000 miles from the nearest human settlement, with little more than the provisions they can carry. His journey wasn't one of conquest, though the headlines often glorified it. In truth, what Shackleton revealed was something rarer, a quiet, unwavering kind of leadership, tested not in moments of triumph, but in the long, uncertain spaces in between. When every plan collapsed, when hope thinned and the cold deepened, Shackleton did not despair. He simply remained steady, leading with presence and calm, unshakably committed to the lives in his care. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we reflect not on the deep, thunderous groan of breaking ice, or the terror of isolation suffered by these men, but on the quiet strength that carried them through, and the man who led them safely home. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's walk slowly with Sir Ernest Shackleton through the still, glistening silence of the Antarctic night. In the summer of 1914, as Europe braced itself for war, another kind of expedition prepared to set sail. Shackleton, now in his 40s and seasoned by years at sea, stood at the helm of a dream that had taken root long before. To cross the Antarctic continent from one coast to the other, a feat no man had yet achieved. His ship was christened Endurance, a name drawn from his family's motto, "By endurance we conquer." It was a sturdy wooden barkentine, designed with a reinforced hull to withstand the ice, a ship of strength and purpose, built not for speed, but for survival. The crew was a patchwork of trades and temperaments: sailors, scientists, carpenters, and cooks. Many had answered his now legendary advertisement, and while the exact words of that ad are still debated, the spirit of it remains clear. This was not a voyage for the faint-hearted. It was for those who sought something deeper, a test of the self, far from the world's noise. They departed London in August, skimming south past Lisbon, the Canary Islands, and then the coast of South America. In Buenos Aires, Shackleton's quiet authority became clear. He removed a troublesome officer and replaced him with Frank Wild, a loyal second in command and a calm presence who would become a pillar in the trials ahead. From there, they sailed to the whaling station on South Georgia Island, a last outpost of humanity before the Antarctic ice. There, grizzled Norwegian whalers warned Shackleton of a heavy ice season in the Weddell Sea. The warning hung in the cold air, but the expedition moved forward, the horizon too close to turn back. In December 1914, the Endurance pushed away from South Georgia and entered a world of growing silence. The sea turned colder, thicker. Icebergs floated by like ancient monuments, ghostly in the pale southern light. Albatrosses circled above. The sun never truly set. By January, they had reached deep into the Weddell Sea, and the ice began to tighten. What started as loose floes became a slow-moving vise. The ship pressed on, cautiously, as the men watched the water narrow into pathways of white. And then, on January 18th, 1915, the Endurance was caught. The floes closed in gently, almost politely. There was no great crack or crash, just a firm stillness, as if the sea had simply decided to hold them. They were now passengers on a frozen ocean. But Shackleton did not panic. He adjusted. Calmly, methodically, he began shifting the mission in his mind, from triumph to survival. The Endurance sat nestled within the tightening arms of the Weddell Sea. Around her, the ice stretched in every direction, a wide white silence, broken only by the low groan of shifting floes and the occasional call of a distant seabird. Above, the sun circled endlessly, casting long shadows that slid over snow and deck alike. At first, there was hope that the ship might break free. The men watched the ice with cautious optimism, believing that the southern summer might still open a path to shore. But the days slipped by, and the pressure built. The Endurance was no longer sailing. She was drifting, a captive in a frozen current that paid no heed to plans or poles. Yet life aboard the ship carried on. Shackleton made sure of it. He understood that survival was not just a matter of rations or shelter. It was morale, routine, and purpose. Each man had duties. The dogs were exercised. Meals were prepared with care. On Sunday evenings, the phonograph played gentle tunes, and the men gathered for readings, games, or quiet conversation. The ship's interior was transformed into a floating village. The crew called their makeshift quarters the Ritz, a tongue-in-cheek nod to luxury amid the cold. Frank Hurley, the expedition's photographer, wandered the ice with camera in hand, capturing the strange beauty of their imprisonment. His images would one day become the visual memory of this frozen world. Sails rimmed with frost, men silhouetted against the white horizon, the Endurance standing like a relic of another age. Shackleton, always composed, rarely spoke of fear. He moved among the men with quiet intent, observing their moods, sharing small jokes, stepping in when tempers flared. His leadership was not loud, but steady, the kind that wrapped itself around you like a wool blanket. Weeks turned to months. By March, the Antarctic night approached. Temperatures dropped. Darkness lengthened. The ice, no longer softening in daylight, grew denser, more forceful. The Endurance creaked and moaned under the strain, her timbers bending against the slow crush of ice. Still, she held, and still, Shackleton waited. He understood something vital. Control was no longer possible, but composure was, and in that calm, he preserved not just order, but hope. By the time winter cloaked the Weddell Sea in early April, the Endurance was no longer a ship, but a lifeboat encased in ice, utterly motionless, sealed in a white plain as far as the eye could see. Snow drifted silently around her, and the wind did not howl, but whispered low and cold across the vast stillness. Shackleton stood often at the helm, though there was nowhere to steer. He watched the patterns of pressure on the ice, listened to the deep groans and muted cracks rising from beneath the surface, the slow, invisible workings of a frozen ocean. He knew this continent would not be conquered by maps or boldness. It demanded endurance, and so he gave it just that. Inside, the men followed routines with calm diligence. The dogs were fed and exercised each day. Meals were kept hearty, even as rations began to tighten. Books circulated. Laughter, though thinner now, still echoed through the narrow corridors. There were moments of quiet celebration. Midwinter's Day was marked with music, games, and plum pudding. It was, Shackleton knew, important to mark the passage of time, to remind the men that they lived not in stasis, but in motion, even if unseen. Outside, the world changed slowly, and not in their favor. The pressure ridges rose higher, the ice no longer content to sit still. The Endurance began to list, her hull groaning under stress, as if sighing against the weight of months. Shackleton inspected the damage each day. He knew the ship was strong, but the ice was older, patient, and absolute. By September, spring brought not release, but violence. The floes began to shift with a new energy, breaking, grinding, reforming. The ship shook under the strain, her beams splintering, her sides bending inward like ribs under a great hand. The men were ordered to prepare to abandon ship, their sledges loaded, supplies repacked, tents readied. Still, the order came with no panic. Shackleton's calm gave them theirs. Then, in late October, with a deep moan and shudder, the Endurance was finally breached. Water poured in through the hull. Shackleton gave the order with a level voice. "She's going, boys. We've done all we can." They set up camp on the ice. The ship, their shelter, their warmth, their link to the world, was left behind. She leaned further day by day, until on the 21st of November, 1915, she slipped quietly beneath the ice. No longer explorers, the men were castaways now, but they were not broken. The ice still stretched ahead, the ocean still called beyond it, and Shackleton, unshaken, simply turned to the men and began preparing for what came next. The Endurance was gone. One moment, she had stood among the ridged ice like a weathered monument, her masts tangled with frost and sky. The next, she had slipped gently below the frozen crust, claimed without ceremony by the very world. She was built to endure. There was no drama, no panic, just the creak of timbers, a sighing rush of water, and the stillness that followed. The men gathered in silence, watching the spot where she had vanished. Shackleton did not look back for long. The ship was lost, but now a new mission came into sharp focus: survival and return. They were 28 men on a drifting floe, with sled dogs, 3 lifeboats, dwindling supplies, and no certainty of when, or even if, they would ever touch land again. Shackleton ordered the salvage of everything useful before the ship's final collapse: tinned food, lumber, tools, and the ship's Bible, from which he quietly tore out a few pages and left the rest behind. Among them the passage, "Cast thy burden upon the Lord, and he shall sustain thee." The ice became their new home. They called it Ocean Camp. Tents were pitched, gear sorted, and a routine established. Even here, adrift and exposed, Shackleton emphasized structure, and those silent frozen nights, as the sky danced with faint auroras, a new kind of courage took root. Not the bold courage of movement, but the silent strength of waiting and watching the horizon. Shackleton slept lightly, always listening for changes in the ice. He knew they were not stationary, only appearing so. Beneath them, the floe drifted slowly northward, caught in the Weddell current. It was a passive journey, but a journey nonetheless. The men played cards, told stories, and found what laughter they could. Frank Wilde, ever Shackleton's right hand, kept spirits high. Hurley, the photographer, risked frostbite to save glass plate negatives. Images that would someday tell their story to the world. Even in this slow-motion ordeal, purpose was preserved. As weeks passed, cracks in the ice began to appear, jagged lines creeping closer to camp. The flow that had cradled them began to betray them. In December, the men shifted to a new site they called Patience Camp. The name spoke volumes. By April of the following year, nearly 6 months since the Endurance had vanished, Shackleton knew the ice would soon no longer hold. He began preparing for open water. It would not be easy. The sea was vast, the boat small, and the men weakened. But he gave no space to doubt. There was no speech, no declaration, only preparation, steady and sure. And in the hush of that endless white, the men followed his calm, not because they were without fear, but because his presence made fear bearable. For 5 long months, the men drifted on a slab of ice, riding a slow, uncertain current through the frozen belly of the Weddell Sea. Beneath their feet, the ocean moved invisibly, an unseen engine carrying them northward. The great continent lay behind them now, unreachable. Their world was ice and sky, sealed off from all that once was familiar. They called it Patience Camp, and patience was their only currency. Time was measured not by clocks, but by creaks in the ice, changes in wind, the slow tilt of sunlight across the tents. Food was rationed. Seals and penguins were hunted when they could be found. Each fresh kill meant more warmth, more calories, more days survived. Still, the drift was not peaceful. The ice shifted unpredictably. At night, it groaned and cracked underfoot, sharp reports splitting the silence like distant cannon fire. Several times, the floe broke open beneath their camp, swallowing gear, threatening lives. Each time, Shackleton responded quickly, not with alarm, but with quiet commands and swift reorganization. He had become their anchor. His tent was positioned closest to the men, not far from their own. He walked among them daily, listening, encouraging, and deflecting despair. Every decision, from meals to movements, he weighed carefully, not just for the sake of their bodies, but their minds. By early April 1916, the ice began to break more aggressively. The floe that had carried them across hundreds of miles now threatened to shatter entirely. Shackleton knew the time had come. They would have to abandon their frozen raft and commit to the sea. 3 lifeboats, the James Caird, Dudley Docker, and Stancomb Wills, were readied. Supplies were loaded, water casks filled, dogs bid farewell. They had carried the sledges this far, and now their work was done. Shackleton made the difficult decision to have them put down. It was done quickly, respectfully, and without ceremony. On April 9th, they launched the boats. The world of ice gave way to a cruel new frontier, the open polar sea. Bitter cold winds howled across the waves. Salt spray froze on faces and clothing. The boats were packed tight, with men and supplies, barely enough room to shift or sleep. They rowed and drifted for 7 days, through slush and storm, riding the tides along the edge of survival. Frostbite claimed fingertips. Bellies shrank. But still, they pressed on, driven by Shackleton's quiet presence at the helm. At last, through mist and fatigue, a grey shape rose on the horizon. Elephant Island. Bleak, jagged, uninhabited, and entirely inhospitable. But it was land. For the first time in over a year, their feet touched solid ground. They were not yet safe, But they were alive, and for now, that was enough. Elephant Island rose before them like a crumpled sheet of slate, a jagged, wind-scoured refuge jutting out from the coldest waters on Earth. There were no trees, no settlements, no shelter beyond the haphazard folds of rock and scree. But to the crew of the Endurance, it may as well have been a sanctuary. After 7 days adrift in open lifeboats, buffeted by sleet and salt, tossed by heavy swells, the men rowed the final strokes toward shore. Their hands were blistered and cracked, their faces raw from cold wind and salt spray. Their strength, worn down to the bone, hung by a thread. Still, they landed. On April 15th, 1916, 497 days since they had last stood on solid ground. They scrambled ashore through the surf, dragging their boats onto the stony beach. Some kissed the wet stones, others simply lay down and stared at the sky. The relief was quiet, not jubilant, but bone deep. They had escaped the ice. For the moment, they had survived, but it was far from salvation. Elephant Island was remote in the extreme, well off any shipping routes, unmarked by human habitation. No rescue would stumble upon them. If they remained, they would starve, freeze, or slowly fade from history. Shackleton knew this. So after allowing the men time to recover, he began to plan again, not for the group this time, but for a breakaway team. If they were to survive, someone had to reach help, and that meant sailing back into the storm. The James Caird, the strongest of their lifeboats, was selected for the journey. Shackleton chose 5 men to accompany him. Frank Worsley, the navigator with a mind like a compass, Tom Crean, loyal and unshakable, and 3 others equally resolved to face the unknown. While the others constructed a crude shelter on the island, a low hut built from upturned boats and salvaged canvas, Shackleton oversaw modifications to the Caird. They reinforced her keel, added ballast, and raised a makeshift deck to shield them from waves. She was 22 feet long. The journey ahead would be over 800 miles of open, storm-lashed sea. Before departing, Shackleton spoke little. He simply reminded Frank Wild, now left in charge, to get the men through until I come back. There was no promise, no false hope, just an unspoken trust. On April 24th, 1916, the James Caird was launched from the rocky shore, slipping back into the grey swell. Shackleton and his 5 companions were bound for South Georgia Island, and whatever lay between. On the beach, the remaining crew watched the small sail grow smaller and smaller against the vastness of sea and sky. The waiting began. The James Caird slipped away from Elephant Island, her small sail catching the wind as the lifeboat turned its narrow bow toward open ocean. Behind her, the cold curve of the island faded into mist. Ahead, nothing but 800 miles of heaving sea and uncertain sky. The South Atlantic in winter was no place for a boat of her size. Waves towered like black cliffs, rolling out of the darkness without warning. The wind shrieked through the rigging. Salt spray froze into icy crusts along the boat's sides, threatening to sink her with the weight of accumulating ice. Shackleton, huddled with 5 men in the cramped interior, remained calm. His clothes were sodden, his skin raw from wind and salt, yet he never wavered. He rotated watches, kept spirits up with small murmurs of encouragement, and ensured the men drank and ate when they could, even when appetite was long gone. Frank Worsley, eyes red from cold, guided their course by stars when they were visible, by dead reckoning when they were not. On most days, they saw only grey, clouds and sea and wind all folding into one another. Yet his skill held. Their course remained true. The cold was unrelenting. Sleeping was near impossible. Ice formed on their blankets and clothing. Boots froze. Water constantly seeped through the seams. More than once, the Caird was nearly capsized by rogue waves. More than once, they bailed for hours to stay afloat. And yet, through it all, Shackleton never let his men see despair. He cracked dry jokes, offered morsels of encouragement, carried the silence when words were too heavy. On the 14th day at sea, a dark line appeared on the horizon. South Georgia, the island they had aimed for in blind hope and skill, now stood before them like a miracle carved from stone and ice. But the sea was not finished with them. A sudden gale drove them past the island's southern coast, forcing a desperate landing on a rocky beach on the uninhabited side of the island. They were within reach, yet still impossibly far from the whaling stations that dotted the northern shore. The boat was wrecked, the men barely able to stand. Shackleton looked inland, not toward the sea, but toward the mountains that separated them from rescue. The journey was not yet done, and so, after resting briefly, he prepared for one final crossing. South Georgia was a place of wild beauty and brutal terrain, a narrow mountainous island sculpted by glaciers, ridgelines, and deep fjords. Shackleton stood on its southern coast, looking up at the snowbound peaks that separated him from the whaling station at Stromness. It was only 30 miles away, but the path had never been crossed, not even by the whalers who lived there. There were no maps, no trails, only cold, jagged stone and windswept ice. Shackleton selected 2 companions to go with him, Tom Crean and Frank Worsley, the 2 men he trusted most. The others, too weak to continue, would remain behind with the boat. Shackleton left them a promise, quiet but firm. He would return. They set out before dawn on May 19th, 1916. With only a length of rope, a carpenter's adze, and a few biscuits tucked into pockets, the 3 men began their ascent. Their boots, held together with twine and nails, slipped on the ice. The cold gnawed through every seam. Wind roared across the ridges. At times, they had to retrace their steps, realizing a glacier led to a sheer drop or a dead end. They marched through 36 straight hours without sleep. At one point, they slid down a slope, uncertain what lay at the bottom, a gamble made not from recklessness, but because there was no other choice. They fell, tumbled, and emerged safely. It was Shackleton who drove them forward. His sense of direction was uncanny, and his silence steadying. When Worsley hesitated, Shackleton pressed onward. When Crean faltered, he offered strength in shared pace. They were exhausted, hungry, their muscles trembling with cold. Yet they did not stop. And then, through the fog, A faint sound drifted across the valley. A steam whistle. They stopped and listened, hearts pounding beneath layers of frozen wool. The Stromness whaling station was near. Down the final slope they stumbled, ragged and frostbitten. The men who met them at the station could scarcely believe what they saw. 3 figures, caked in ice and soot, emerged from the mountains like ghosts. It had been 17 months since anyone had seen Shackleton. He asked no questions. He made no speech. He simply asked for a boat. Because though they had made it to safety, 22 men were still waiting on Elephant Island. The return to Stromness marked the beginning of another kind of journey, one not through mountains or ice, but through the quiet weight of responsibility. Shackleton, safe at last on South Georgia, wasted no time. His thoughts were already with the 22 men still marooned on Elephant Island, now over 3 months without word. He tried at once to secure a ship. The whalers offered what they could, and soon Shackleton was back at sea. But the sea resisted. Ice blocked the way. Fuel ran short. Each attempt failed. Once, twice, a 3rd time. Still, Shackleton did not give up. There was no frustration in his voice, only resolve. He simply tried again. At last, with help from the Chilean government, Shackleton secured the Yelcho, a small steel steam tug. It was not a grand vessel, but it would do. On August 30th, 1916, Shackleton sailed once more into the Southern Ocean. This time, the ice parted. As the coast of Elephant Island came into view, Shackleton stood on the bow, eyes locked on the shoreline. He raised his binoculars, scanning the beach. At first, nothing. Then, movement, figures running, a flag waving. All 22 men were alive. Frank Wilde had kept them together in Shackleton's absence, repeating the promise daily. He said he'd come back, and he will. Supplies had dwindled, spirits had worn thin, but they had endured. When the Yelcho arrived, they were rescued in less than an hour. No lives lost. Not one. It was, in its own quiet way, one of the most extraordinary rescues in maritime history. No medals were given. No great headlines trumpeted the event. The world was now consumed by war. But those who knew the ice, those who understood the impossible odds, recognized what Shackleton had achieved. He had brought every man home. Leadership, he had once said, was a matter of character, more than command. And in the long silence of Antarctica, through ice and fear and starvation, he had lived those words to their furthest edge. But Shackleton was not a man built for rest. The pull of the horizon still stirred in him, even after all he had seen. And so, he began to plan again. In the years that followed the Endurance expedition, Ernest Shackleton did not slow down. Though his body bore the marks of his long ordeal, the frostbitten skin, the weary lungs, the aches earned in silence, his spirit remained unsettled. He returned to Britain to find a world at war, where tales of ice-bound survival were quickly overshadowed by the thunder of trenches and artillery. Still, he served. Commissioned into the army, Shackleton worked in a diplomatic and logistical role, never far from the sea, never far from his maps. He spoke little of the Antarctic, and even less of hardship. The survival of all his men spoke louder than any retelling. But the draw of the southern frontier never left him. In 1921, now in his late 40s and visibly worn by years of strain, Shackleton announced one final expedition, the Shackleton Rowett Expedition. Its goal was loosely defined: scientific exploration, coastal mapping, and perhaps, once again, a quiet communion with the edge of the world. Before reaching Antarctica, the expedition stopped in Chile, where Shackleton had once been hailed a quiet hero. He returned briefly to Punta Arenas, where the people remembered him not just as a polar explorer, but as a man of quiet resolve and care. It was a time of gentle reflection, dinners with naval officers, conversations with dignitaries, and long walks along the cold coastline. For Shackleton, Chile marked a pause between effort and departure. A moment to breathe, to feel the gratitude of strangers, and to consider all he had endured. Then, once more, he turned south. In early January 1922, the Quest, his final ship, arrived at South Georgia Island, the island that had bookended his journey 6 years before. On the night of January 4th, he spoke softly with the ship's doctor about the future of the expedition. But in the early hours of the next morning, Ernest Shackleton died quietly in his cabin. He was 47. At the request of his wife, Emily, he was laid to rest there, on South Georgia, beneath a simple granite headstone, facing the sea. A fitting end for a man who belonged to the silence and the storms alike. He was not a man of monuments or great speeches. His greatness was quiet. It lived in the loyalty he inspired, the calm he held through chaos, and the truth that even when the world turns to ice, steady hands and a steady heart can lead men home. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. Until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from, or make a request for a future episode. And if you like what you hear, please consider liking and subscribing. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Sir Edmund Hillary, a humble New Zealander who dared to attempt the world's highest peak alongside Tenzing Norgay. Together, they set out to reach the 29,000-foot summit of Everest, something many believed was all but unachievable, a near mythical pursuit, fraught with danger, one that had already claimed the lives of too many foolish enough to make the attempt. Revered as sacred for centuries by the local Nepali people, who called it Sagarmatha, Mount Everest and its summit were untouchable. At the time, Hillary stood on the brink of the unknown. Sharp winds sliced the thin air, and more than one expedition had seen explorers succumb to the cruelty of altitude sickness and frostbite, or vanish into whiteout blizzards without a trace. Every footstep, every swing of an ice axe welcomed new hazards, hidden crevasses, roaring avalanches, and the relentless squeeze of dwindling oxygen that tightened the chest and dulled the mind. Yet, Hillary pressed on, fueled by determination and an unwavering belief that even the impossible could yield to careful persistence. Though he was not alone in this quest, Hillary emerged as the steadfast anchor, wrestling his doubts in the biting cold. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we remember that true conquest isn't about bold declarations, but the courage to face what towers above us. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's journey alongside Sir Edmund Hillary, ascending through the remote Himalayan kingdom of Nepal to the ominous, frozen, wind-swept climbs of Everest. Edmund Hillary was born in the rolling farmland of Tuakau, New Zealand in 1919, a place of soft hills, long summers, and skies that stretched wide and unbroken. His father was a journalist turned beekeeper, a man of method and belief, while his mother, a schoolteacher, encouraged learning above all. In this gentle, open land, Edmund grew tall and awkward, a boy who often felt more at ease with books than with people. School days were not his finest hours. He was shy, often uncertain in conversation, and found himself retreating into long walks and daydreams. But everything began to shift on a school trip to Mount Ruapehu, a snow-capped volcano in the center of the North Island. There, wrapped in cold wind and crunching snow, Edmund felt something awaken in him. It was the beginning of a lifelong draw to high places, places where strength mattered more than talk, and where purpose could be found in every step forward. He returned home, changed. At university, he studied mathematics and science, though lectures never held him the way the hills did. Soon, he joined his father and brother in the family beekeeping business, a summer job that left the winter months free. free to climb. The southern Alps became his training ground. Towering and remote, they offered long routes, biting winds, and the kind of raw experience that no guidebook could teach. Hillary climbed with a mix of determination and simplicity. He wasn't graceful or especially fast, but he was methodical, tireless, and utterly dependable. Cold and fatigue never deterred him. It was here that he learned the rhythm of crampons on ice, the discipline of rope work, and the calm needed when the weather turned. When the Second World War came, Hillary served as a navigator in the Royal New Zealand Air Force, flying long missions over the Pacific. He survived a serious burn injury in a shipwreck near the Solomon Islands, but returned home with his drive intact, if not sharpened. After the war, he returned to climbing with renewed focus, pushing into higher and harder routes. By the late 1940s, he'd made a name for himself in local mountaineering circles, not as a star, but as a man others could rely on when things turned difficult. Then, in 1951, came the invitation that would shift the course of his life. A reconnaissance expedition was being planned by the British to approach Everest from Nepal. Hillary was selected to join. He was thrilled, but also measured. Everest wasn't just a mountain. It was the mountain. No one had reached the top. Many had tried. Some had vanished. But for Hillary, the appeal wasn't glory. It was the test, the purity of challenge, the chance to go higher, further, and deeper into himself than ever before. He accepted. And just like that, the boy from New Zealand's plains turned once more to the mountains, stepping into history, one footfall at a time. The year was 1951, and as the long shadow of the Second World War began to lift from the world, a new kind of ambition stirred in the hearts of mountaineers. Everest had stood undefeated for decades. Approached from Tibet in the 1920s and 30s, it had turned back every attempt, some with finality. Now, political changes had closed the northern route, but Nepal, newly open to foreigners, offered a new path to the summit from the south. The British, who had long dreamed of claiming Everest, were assembling an expedition, not for a full summit attempt, but a reconnaissance, a careful study of the route, terrain, and dangers that awaited. Edmond Hillary, by then a respected name in climbing circles, was invited to join. He was not a nobleman, not a household figure, just a strong, reliable climber with a steady gait and a deep reservoir of endurance. Hillary joined the team, led by Eric Shipton, a man known for his love of exploration over fanfare. Together, they traced the Khumbu icefall and reached the western Coombe, high on the mountain's shoulder. It was difficult terrain, a maze of crevasses and collapsing seracs, but Hillary moved through it with patience and resolve. What he saw there stayed with him. Everest, for all its looming presence, no longer felt unreachable. It felt within the realm of human effort. Barely. 2 years later, the real opportunity arrived. A full-scale British expedition was being planned for 1953. This was no small venture. It would require dozens of porters, tons of equipment, and the coordination of climbers, doctors, and Sherpas across weeks of relentless altitude gain. Hillary was chosen again, this time as a lead climber. The decision marked a shift, a recognition that experience, stamina, and composure mattered more than rank or origin. The team's other key member would be Tenzing Norgay, a skilled Sherpa from Darjeeling with years of Himalayan experience. Tenzing was more than a guide. He was a climber in his own right, with unmatched instincts and a calm presence that steadied those around him. Hillary and Tenzing soon formed a natural partnership, both practical, both understated, both focused on the climb ahead. Their base camp was set at the foot of the Khumbu Glacier in March of 1953. From there, they would move methodically up the mountain, establishing camps at increasing elevations. The British team was led by Colonel John Hunt, whose military background brought a sense of structure to the expedition. Assignments were made, equipment tested, and routines set. Progress was steady, but every camp gained meant thinner air, colder nights, and a growing strain on the body. Above them, Everest loomed white and still, catching the morning sun and drawing a line between earth and sky. Beneath their feet, the glacier groaned and shifted. Life became a rhythm of hauling, climbing, and resting in tents, where the air never seemed to fill the lungs completely. For Hillary, this was where he belonged. Each step higher was a stripping away of all distraction. There was only movement, effort, and the mountain. And somewhere above, just out of reach, was a summit that had waited long enough. The path to Everest summit began with a long, deliberate journey through the lower Himalayas, a winding approach that allowed the body time to adjust to the rising altitude. The expedition wound its way from the plains of Nepal up into the Khumbu Valley, through forests of rhododendron and across swinging rope bridges, watched by curious villagers and prayer flags fluttering in the breeze. By the time they reached base camp at over 17,000 feet, the air had grown noticeably thinner. Every breath came with effort, and even simple tasks demanded more from the body. Yet the mood among the team remained focused. Tents were arranged, supplies sorted, and plans carefully reviewed. The ice fall above them, cracked, unstable, and constantly shifting, was the first real barrier. The Khumbu icefall is one of the most dangerous features on Everest. A frozen cascade of towering seracs and deep blue crevasses. It groans with hidden movement, unpredictable and unforgiving. Hillary and his teammates began the slow work of carving a path through it, fixing ropes and placing ladders across gaps where the earth simply fell away beneath their feet. Progress was measured in yards. Each hour brought them closer to Camp 1. Above the icefall lay the Western Combe, a vast glacial valley cupped between steep ridges. It was stunning and surreal, a place where light bounced off walls of snow and time seemed suspended. But the altitude was merciless. Headaches pulsed with each heartbeat, and sleep came fitfully, if at all. Food was difficult to keep down, and conversation became sparse, each man conserving his strength. As the team climbed higher, they established Camp 2 and then Camp 3, ferrying loads up and down, always climbing high and sleeping low to acclimatize. Every piece of equipment was hauled by hand, with support from the Sherpas, whose stamina and instinct kept the expedition moving forward. Hilary's bond with Tenzing Norgay deepened with each shared task. Tenzing's experience on the mountain was unmatched. He'd climbed high on Everest before, and his sense of timing, terrain, and weather was crucial. Hilary, methodical and focused, matched him well. They worked in tandem, often without the need for many words. Rope work, snowcraft, and shared hardship built something between them that could not be taught, only earned. At Camp 4, just below the South Col, the weather turned. Fierce winds howled through the ridges, and the temperature plummeted. Progress halted, and tents were battered by gusts that made rest all but impossible. Patience was now as important as preparation. When the storm cleared, the team resumed its advance, pushing toward the South Col, a windswept saddle between Everest and Lhotse. It was here that final summit plans would be made. 2 pairs would be selected for the attempt. The first team, Tom Bourdillon and Charles Evans, would go first. If they failed, Hilary and Tenzing would follow. The waiting began, and above them, Everest remained unmoved, tall, stark, and still untouched by human step. The South Col sat at just under 26,000 feet, a barren, wind-scoured plateau where survival depended on movement, shelter, and sheer will. Up here, the body began to erode, cell by cell, under the strain of altitude and cold. Time was short. Any effort beyond this point had to be carefully measured. Every hour above the Col came at a cost. Hilary and Tenzing settled into their high camp with determination rather than urgency. They were prepared, having made multiple climbs up and down the lower camps to acclimatize. Yet even so, each breath now felt shallow, and the simplest tasks, melting snow for water, lacing boots, left them drained. They had been chosen as the second summit team. The first pair, Bourdillon and Evans, made their bid on May 26th. They reached the south summit, painfully close to the top, but were forced to turn back due to equipment failure and exhaustion. Their attempt had pushed the route forward, but hadn't finished the climb. Now all attention turned to Hilary and Tenzing. The 2 men had grown into a partnership, forged by effort and shared purpose. Tenzing brought decades of experience in the Himalayas. His strength was unwavering, but more than that, he possessed a calm steadiness that others naturally trusted. Hilary, for his part, had earned respect for his reliability. He never rushed, never hesitated, and never gave in to the small defeats that could chip away at morale. Together, they worked with the team to prepare for the final assault. Supplies were hauled up to the highest camp, Camp 9, just below the south summit. Oxygen bottles, cooking fuel, food, and sleeping gear were carried in relay, step by heavy step. On the 28th of May, Hilary and Tenzing made the climb to Camp 9, where they would spend a freezing night perched above 27,000 feet. Their tent was pitched on a narrow ledge, secured with ice axes. The wind scraped at the canvas, and the thin air made every movement a conscious act. They boiled snow for tea, adjusted their gear, and prepared as best they could. There was no ceremony to it, no final pep talk or grand gestures, just two men, side by side, getting ready to step into the unknown. Sleep came only in fragments. Beneath their layers, frost gathered. Above them, the summit awaited, and far below, unseen but felt, the world held its breath. The morning of May 29th, 1953, began in darkness and biting cold. Hilary and Tenzing emerged from their tent just after 4 a.m. The first hint of dawn was faint on the eastern rim of the world. The temperature was well below freezing. Their breath rose in slow bursts as they readied themselves. Oxygen masks secured, boots checked, and climbing gear in place. Every movement demanded effort. At this altitude, known as the death zone, the human body cannot survive for long. Muscles weaken, minds grow fogged. But both men had trained for this moment, not just in strength, but in discipline. They began their ascent toward the south summit, where the first team had turned back. The slope was steep and narrow, the snow hardened by wind, and below each footfall was a long drop. Their progress was slow but steady, aided by the rising sun, which cast pale gold light across the ridges. Beyond the south summit, the mountain narrowed. A sharp, knife-edged ridge led to what would become one of the most famous obstacles in mountaineering, the Hilary Step. A sheer rock face, some 40 feet high, perched at nearly 29,000 feet, where even strong climbers could falter. Here, the rope came out. Hilary led, chopping footholds into the ice and rock with care, his hands stiff from cold and his breath rasping behind the mask. With a final heave, he pulled himself over the top and anchored the rope for Tenzing to follow. What lay beyond was not easy, but it was possible. The summit slope came into view, a gentle incline compared to what had come before. Step by painstaking step, they moved upward, oxygen dwindling, vision narrowing to just the next movement, the next breath. And then, at 11:30 a.m., they arrived. The summit of Everest. There was no roar of triumph, no crowds, just the sound of wind across snow and the curve of the earth far below. Hilary reached out and shook Tenzing's hand. Then they embraced. Tenzing later buried a few sweets as an offering. Hilary took a photograph. They spent only about 15 minutes on the summit. There was little time and less air. From this vantage, the world fell away in all directions. Mountains once thought vast looked small. Clouds floated below their feet. In that moment, they stood higher than any person had before. But the mountain allowed no lingering. The descent still lay ahead, and it would be just as dangerous. They turned and began their way back down, each step a retreat from history, each foothold a return to the living world. Climbing Everest is only half the journey. For Hilary and Tenzing, standing at the summit had been a moment of profound stillness, but not rest. The descent from 29,000 feet would be just as testing as the climb up, perhaps more so. Their bodies were already weakened, their oxygen supplies running low, and the path ahead was steep, exposed, and unforgiving. They began the downward trek with deliberate care. The narrow ridge and the Hilary step, which had been obstacles on the way up, now became hazards in reverse. One slip here would mean a fall of thousands of feet. Their movements were cautious, their thoughts clear. The rhythm of descent, plant, step, breathe, took over, and they reached the south summit without incident. From there, the snowfields sloped more gently, but the effects of altitude were building. Hilary later recalled a growing sense of exhaustion, the kind that creeps in slowly but fully, urging the body to stop. But stopping was not an option. They pressed on, down toward the ledge, where their tent and gear waited at Camp 9. When they finally reached it, Hilary unzipped the tent and saw the face of fellow climber George Low. With a worn smile, he delivered the understated words that would become legend. "Well, George, we knocked the bastard off." That night, they rested at High Camp. Though oxygen tanks were nearly empty and the cold bit deep, the knowledge of success brought with it a kind of inner warmth. Below them, the rest of the expedition was waiting, unaware of the outcome. The next day, they descended to the South Col, where the news spread with a mix of disbelief and elation. The path ahead, back through the camps, down the icefall, and into the green valleys of Nepal, would take time. But the weight of the climb was lifting. When the expedition finally returned to Kathmandu, word had already begun to travel. Radio messages had reached Britain just in time for the coronation of Queen Elizabeth II. The ascent of Everest became a symbol of something larger, an emblem of determination, endurance, and the reach of human effort at the very edge of what was thought possible. Hillary and Tenzing were celebrated, but they carried themselves as they always had, with focus, humility, and a steady pace. Their time at the summit had lasted minutes, but what they had achieved would echo for generations. The journey back from Everest was long, but filled with a sense of quiet satisfaction. As Hillary and Tenzing descended through the camps, their success traveled ahead of them like ripples on a still lake. By the time they reached the lower valleys, people lined the trails to greet them. In Nepal, the achievement was shared with joy and deep pride. Tenzing, in particular, was welcomed not just as a climber, but as a son of the Himalayas who had helped place his homeland at the heart of a global story. When the expedition reached India, the scale of what they had done began to unfold. Crowds gathered at train stations, newspapers printed photographs, and dignitaries queued to offer congratulations. Both men were awarded medals. In Delhi, Tenzing was honored by Prime Minister Nehru, while Hillary began to understand that life, from this moment onward, would never quite return to how it had been. Back in Britain, news of the ascent reached London on the morning of Queen Elizabeth II's coronation. It was seen as a triumph of the Commonwealth. New Zealander and Nepalese, side by side, conquering the world's highest peak. Hillary was knighted almost immediately. Tenzing received the George Medal and widespread acclaim, though not a knighthood, an oversight that, in time, stirred discussion. Still, the respect between the two men never wavered. Upon returning to New Zealand, Hillary found his home transformed. He was now Sir Edmond, a national hero, though he remained distinctly unchanged. The same man who had once carted honey and camped on ice fields now stood before crowds and journalists, offering measured words and a modest smile. Fame, though vast, sat lightly on him. He had never climbed for accolades. Everest had been a test of endurance, not a path to recognition. And now, with the summit behind him, he was already thinking ahead, not to new peaks, but to how he might give back. For Tenzing, too, the attention was immense. In the Sherpa villages, his name was spoken with reverence. Children were named after him. Though the world saw him as a hero, he remained deeply connected to his roots, speaking often of the mountain not as something to conquer, but as something to respect. Together, the two men had achieved what no one before them could, and yet both, in their own ways, remained grounded, aware that true achievement lies not in the moment of victory, but in how one carries its weight afterward. In the years following the Everest ascent, Edmond Hillary did not turn inward or retreat from the world. Instead, he turned back to the mountains, not to climb, but to help. During the expedition, Hillary had come to know the Sherpa people, not only as companions on the trail, but as families, teachers, and farmers living in the shadow of the world's highest peaks. He had seen how few resources they had, no schools in the higher valleys, little access to medicine, and only the most basic infrastructure. In 1960, he founded the Himalayan Trust, an organization dedicated to improving education, healthcare, and access to essential services in remote mountain communities. Over the years, Hillary and the Trust helped construct more than 24 schools, several hospitals, and small airstrips that allowed medical aid and supplies to reach places once accessible only by foot. He raised funds tirelessly, not with grandeur, but with steady purpose, often visiting donors in person and explaining the work in his calm, methodical style. For the Sherpas, Hillary was more than a visitor or benefactor. He became known simply as Burra Sahib, the big man, not because of his fame, but because of his presence, his loyalty, and his actions. In 1975, tragedy struck when his wife, Louise, and youngest daughter, Belinda, were killed in a plane crash in Nepal. They had been on their way to join him for more of the Trust's work. The loss was immense, and Hillary grieved in the only way he knew, by continuing. He poured himself further into the mission, ensuring that the projects they had begun would endure. Over time, he became something of an elder figure in the Khumbu region, a familiar face lined by wind and time, who had once stood atop Everest and now stood beside them in their everyday needs. It was this legacy that Hillary would later say he was most proud of. Not the summit, not the knighthood, but the bridges built between worlds. Though Everest had been the pinnacle of Edmond Hillary's climbing career, his appetite for exploration did not end there. In the years that followed, he sought new challenges, not in fame or conquest, but in discovery, endurance, and meaningful contribution. He ventured not upward this time, but outward, into the vast cold reaches of the polar world. In 1958, he led the New Zealand component of the Commonwealth Trans-Antarctic Expedition, an ambitious crossing of the southern continent. Against expectations and orders, Hillary and his team pushed all the way to the South Pole, becoming the first to reach it overland since the legendary Amundsen and Scott expeditions nearly half a century earlier. In 1985, he took to the skies. Alongside astronaut Neil Armstrong, Hillary flew over the summit of Everest in a small twin-engine plane, a symbolic gesture by two men who had each, in their own way, stepped into the unknown and lived to tell the tale. But even amid these remarkable adventures, Hillary never strayed far from service. His work with the Himalayan Trust continued year after year, and he remained deeply involved in New Zealand life, advocating for environmental protection and youth development. He published books, gave lectures, and met world leaders, but he seemed to wear all of it lightly, never allowing the world's attention to alter the man at the center. In New Zealand, he became a beloved national figure, not simply for what he had done, but for how he had lived in the decades after. He remained an advocate for the Himalayas, the environment, and for people living in remote, underserved communities. He continued to write, to speak, and to encourage young people toward adventure, not for recognition, but for the growth that comes from facing something difficult and enduring it. Sir Edmond Hillary passed away in 2008 at the age of 88. His death was mourned around the world, especially in Nepal, where flags were lowered in his honor and prayers were offered from villages nestled high beneath the snow lines. In New Zealand, a state funeral was held, but more enduring than the ceremony was the memory of a man who had risen to fame and yet remained unchanged, solid, grounded, and generous. His legacy lies not only in that frozen peak above the clouds, but in every classroom built in the Khumbu Valley, in every young climber who dares to begin the long trail upward, and in every act of courage done without fanfare. His life was not measured in records or riches, but in resilience and service, a path climbed not for glory, but because it was worth the effort. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. Until next time, rest well.